Can we start, Nadia? Green light. Okay, very good. So, okay, good morning and welcome everybody. Thank you for participating in this international final conference of the WIN project. WIN in our case means Women Trafficked Integration. I'm Valeria Quarzola, project coordinator of the Fondo Provinciale Milanese per la Cooperazione Internazionale, that is an Italian association of around 20 local authorities of the province of Milano, Italy. That is the lead partner of the WIN project. To start, I would like to remind you a few rules that we would kindly ask you to respect during the event. So please rename yourself, entering your name and surname and the name of your organization. During the meeting, only panelists and the moderator are visible with their camera on. If you have any questions, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon of Zoom or write directly your question on the chat. During the discussion, also people asking questions will be allowed to switch on their camera and microphone. The meeting is recorded, but if you don't want to be recorded, please just do not switch on your camera, your webcam. So now I would like immediately to give the floor to President of Fondo Provinciale Milanese, Onorevole Claudio D'Amico, for a welcome speech.
Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to me be here today because this is the end of a long project that took our time, our concentration for 2 years, and now we are at the end of this important project. My organization is the Fondo Provinciale Milanese per la Cooperazione Internazionale. This is an association of public entities, public cities, and you know, we are representing, in this case, in this WIN project, all the other partners, but we didn't work direct with the people that we help. So we had the lead, how can I say, of the project, but it was our partners that improved the project. So that's why at the beginning of this meeting, I would like to thank you for your work. I would like to explain to everyone who's listened to us. I don't know how many people is listening to us, if it's open to all the public now or just to people that work on that. Maybe someone can explain me how many people is connected later. But I would like to thank a lot all of you. Thank you very much, because with your work we did something important. We did something that probably will change the life of a certain number of women, and this is something that will remain in our soul, because when you help someone that need help, it's something that will remain in your soul. We have a lot of people that are victims of smugglers that bring them to Europe, and they use them as say, victim of those organizations, and help those women to save their life, and propose a new way, new life, new horizon to them. I think it's very, very, very important, and I believe that we need to going on with this kind of project. This kind of projects are fundamental for try to stop the smugglers, because if you block the way they use this illegal immigration to their badly interest, I think it would be the way to start the way to start a new approach in this field, a new approach that should be devoted to the human being, and should be should open our soul to who need to be helped. So thank you. This is when you arrive at the end of a road, you have to look back, and you have to think, how was the world before our hard work? It was worse or it was better? I think the world before us, before this project, was worst. Now the world is better, because we had 45 women to save their life, and start something new. At least try to and give them the possibility to change their life. So I think the world is better with us, and this project should be recognized as an important project, and as something that should remain in the book of history. So thank you a lot again to all of you. And now I want to give the floor to the partners that they improve the project, who works with the women who was in direct contact with them. And of course, you can tell us a lot more. My introduction, so it is ended now, and I will listen. I will listen your speech, because you will bring the reality of the things. You will tell us how hard was work with them, how was which have been the difficulties, the problems that you had to solve. And so thank you very much again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable D'Amico, for your speech. So now I would like to present the WIN project with the support of a short PowerPoint presentation. After this introduction, we will have first a panel discussion, and then the presentation of the document for the capitalization of the project results. At the end of the conference, we will send you a quick survey to evaluate your level of satisfaction. Now we go on with the presentation of the project. I I share my screen. Second. Okay. So, okay. So the the WIN project is a 2-year project funded by the European Commission, the European Union Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund. It started on October 2019, and it will end at the beginning of November. The project is promoted by 5 organizations working in Italy, Spain, and Bulgaria that are actually the countries target of the action. We have 3 organizations from Italy, 1 for Spain, and 1 from Bulgaria. From Italy, we have Fondo Provinciale Milanese per la Cooperazione Internazionale, Cooperativa Ulule, Energia e Impresa Sociale. From Spain, we have Asociación Amiga and Animus Association. I would like, if possible, to ask my colleague to present themselves and their organization, starting from, and I stop the sharing maybe, starting from Martina Giorgetti from Lule.
Good morning, everyone. I start with a brief presentation of our Cooperativa Lule. Lule, that means flower in Albanian, is an initiative founded in 1996 in Abbiategrasso, a city in the southwest of Milano, by a group of volunteers with the aim of helping victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation. In 20 years, the scope of the intervention of Lule has been greatly expanded, also thanks to the birth in 2001 of Cooperativa Lule. Currently, Lule carries out in 7 provinces in Lombardy region and in the southwest area of Milano, actions in favor of social integration of people at risk of exclusion through various activities oriented to their personal autonomy. Currently, Lule offers street contact activities with prostitutes aimed at health protection, building relationships with them and promoting their autonomy. Activities of telephone and flat contact with prostitutes aimed as well as health protection and building meaningful relationships. Activities of prompt reception to guarantee immediate protection, taking charge and territorial integration activities to promote integration of people included in social protection path, guidance, counseling and referral activities through the connection with the National Anti-Trafficking Helpline, and communication and training activities to inform and raise awareness on the territory and to train volunteers and operators. Activities in the area of trafficking and exploitation are carried out by around 35 trained volunteers and 25 professional collaborators, such as cultural mediators, educators, psychologists, and social workers. In these recent years, in all its projects, Lule have helped around 2,000 women with victims of trafficking and violence, 5,000 Italian and foreign minors, and 15,000 adults in fragile situations due to their migration experiences or labor exploitation. Finally, we would like to point out that Cooperativa Lule pays a great attention to the rooting of its initiative in these community policies, in a constant dialogue with territories and with its citizens on these issues that we are addressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. Now, Giulia Spano, project manager from Energeia, if you want to present yourself and the organization.
Thank you, Valeria. Good morning, everyone. My name is Giulia, and I will represent Energeia Impresa Sociale as a project manager of the wind project. Energeia is an official training and employment services provider operating in Italy at regional level in the Lombardy region. Among its different activities, Energeia carries out specific projects aimed at supporting the socioeconomic integration of more vulnerable people at risk of marginalization, including asylum seekers and refugees, victims of trafficking, but also people with disability and inmates. Thank you.
Thank you, Giulia. Virginia or Vanessa from Amiga. Vanessa, are you speaking?
Yes, it's going to be
Okay.
me. It's going to be me. Thank you very much.
Vanessa Casado.
Okay. The Asociación Amiga por los Derechos Humanos de las Mujeres is a non-profit organization launched in 2010 to work with women, and especially with migrant women victims of gender-based violence, as it is defined by the International Human Rights Framework. Because as many of you probably know, the Spanish legislation has a very restrictive definition of gender-based violence, limited to the intimate partner violence against women. For this reason, and taking into consideration an intersectional perspective of gender-based violence, the Asociación Amiga was born to work with migrant women on the prevention and action against the violation of sexual and reproductive rights, intimate partner violence, labor discrimination and exploitation, sexual harassment, and sexual exploitation and trafficking. Regarding the last issue, our association was one of the first lay organizations working with sexually exploited women, as many of the entities implementing activities in this area were religious organizations that started their work with vulnerable women and specifically with prostituted women even more than 40 years ago. The Asociación Amiga has its main office in Seville, works with in the assistance of trafficked women with an abolitionist perspective and provides interdisciplinary assistance to women, especially in the south of Spain. In this sense, we are also one of the first lay organizations providing free legal aid or free legal assistance to the victims of trafficking. Amiga is part of the network of organizations working against trafficking in Andalusia that is called Antena Sur contra la Trata, and through this platform is also part of the Spanish network against trafficking that is called the Red Española contra la Trata de Seres Humanos. We also provide assistance for young women victims of intimate partner violence through an agreement signed with the public university Pablo de Olavide in Seville, and work actively against sexual harassment and in private and public spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, to finish, I would like Nadia Nadia Kotsuarova from Animus Association to present yourself and organization.
Thank you. I'm Nadia Kozuharova. I'm the project manager within WIN project for Bulgaria, for the activities implemented in Bulgaria. They're implemented by Animus Association Foundation, which is an organization existing already more than 25 years. Our core activities are the provision of direct support to victims of violence. We don't work only with trafficked persons, but also with victims of domestic violence, sexual violence, and children victims of violence. We're also active in the field of advocacy and prevention. And concerning trafficking, I can say that we are a member of the EU Anti-Trafficking Civil Society platform and the La Strada and International NGO platform. The main services that we provide is a crisis center, helpline, variety of psychological and social support services for the victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, all of you. I would go on with my presentation. So I will share again the screen. Okay. So, which is the WIN project main objective? It is improving the socio-economic integration of 45 third country women victims of trafficking of human beings for the purpose of sexual exploitation in Italy, Spain, and Bulgaria, thus contributing to the prevention of their trafficking. We try to contribute to the achievement of this objective through these main activities. At the beginning of the project, a partners mutual learning workshop and definition of common guidelines, including tools and methodologies to carry out the activities in the 3 countries. Identification of 45 women, assessment of their skill and their needs, definition, implementation, and continuous monitoring of personal integration plans based on the skill balance and on the individual needs by offering these services, training services, employment services, social, legal, educational, psychological, and cultural linguistic mediation services. Then we had raising awareness activities throughout the project, raising awareness activity focused on trafficking of human beings, addressed to business community, training and job placement, service providers, trade unions, and professional organizations. Creation and dissemination of the video shifting, that is part of our raising awareness campaign, supporting the social and economic integration of women victims of trafficking, and drafting and dissemination of a document for the capitalization of the results that we will speak about this document in the third session of the meeting, and the final evaluation of the project. Okay, now I would like to, I think it's nice to, before going on with the panel discussion, I would like to start more emotionally showing the video shifting that as I said, is part of our raising awareness campaign and has been created thanks to the WIN project and by the video production company called Blinkfish. It is based on real stories and on real stories in the 3 countries of the project, target of the project, and on the work of the WIN partners. I would ask Nadia, who is sharing the screen. Okay, thank you.
اجيت على أوروبا حتى ألحق بابن عمي. كنت كتير معلقة آمال بحياة جديدة.
Ingwa helped me go Italy to do babysitter.
Lo amaba, estaba convencida que él era el amor de mi vida.
بعد سنة من العرس اكتشفت إنه جوزي عنده عيلة تانية. مع الوقت صار يجيب رجال على البيت يجبرني أنام معهم مقابل مصاري.
I need to start working to pay the money, give the woman.
Descubrí que me había vendido. Fui esclava durante 5 años.
بواحدة من الليالي ابني كان مريض، خطر لي نهرب من البيت.
Thank God say some people, if they help people will be victim.
La mia famiglia mi ha sempre insegnato a riconoscere i miei privilegi. Solo oggi mi sono resa conto di ciò che davvero i miei genitori volevano insegnarmi.
Decidí que quería estudiar y llegar a ser trabajadora social.
Un día conocí a Nadia. Ella me devolvió la libertad. Me encontró trabajo, me ayudó a denunciar lo que me había sucedido.
Cuando conocí a Paloma, entendí qué significa ser un apoyo para alguien.
أطباء تفهموا وضعي واتصلوا بالخدمات الاجتماعية. بوقتها حسيت إنه من الممكن إنقاذي.
Срещнах един изключителен човек, който ми предложи да му помагам във фризьорския салон. Сега аз искам да направя същото за Лейла.
My name is Stella.
اسمي ليلى.
Mi nombre es Paloma.
Laura.
Десислава.
Nadia.
Reconozco cómo la vida está hecha de encuentros.
People, they tell me say I dey fragile.
Algunas pueden arruinarte la vida, otras te ayudan a reconstruirla.
I know say I be strong.
اليوم عندي شغلي وحرفتي يلي عم بتعلمها شوي شوي عم ارجع صير حرة.
Thank you. So, okay, I don't know how you found it, but I find every time I find it very touching. I hope that this video created a nice mood to go on with the next session, with the panel discussion. Nadia, I would leave the word to you. Nadia Kozarova will moderate the panel discussion.
Thank you, Valeria. Thank you for giving me the floor. I think this video shows that yes, we discuss a lot, we create policies and practices and guides and everything, but when it comes to the real life of people, it's different, and sometimes it's not easy. But if we are optimistic and if we understand each other, nevertheless we all speak different languages, we can help people. I would like first to shortly remind how this panel discussion will happen. The panel discussion will happen in two parts, with short break in between. At the beginning, we will have two of our guests, and after we will have the possibilities to discuss with them and to ask questions. And then in the second part, we will have another three of our distinguished speakers, and we will be able to discuss also with them and ask our questions. All of the guests will be with switch cameras, but those of you who would like to give a question, you should give us a sign with this small hand at the bottom of your screens, or you can write your questions in the chat. But honestly, we all prefer to see you and to see your voice. It's your choice, but it will be nice to see each other and to compensate as much as possible the fact that we are not in the same room, and we all have to follow the new pandemic rules and obey the new rules. Okay, first I would like to introduce to you our first guest. This is Miss Antoaneta Vasileva. She is the first vice president of the group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings, Greta, you know, which is the monitoring mechanism of the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings. She is a human rights and anti-trafficking expert with more than 18 years of expertise, both in civil and in state sectors. For 9 years, she was a Secretary General of the Bulgarian National Commission for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings. But before that and after, she has a broad experience in working with non-governmental organizations. Among them is Animals Association, Ostrada Bulgaria, and also the Bulgarian Safer Internet Center. She is expert not only on trafficking in human beings, but also on international development, national policies, children and women's rights, gender-based violence. And now, Antoaneta, I give the floor to you to share your thoughts and ideas about what it means to work with vulnerable women from third countries from the European perspective.
Thank you, Nadia. Dear all, after this very emotional video that we saw, I would like to congratulate the WIN Consortium for the successful implementation of the WIN project and for focusing on such important topic as labor exploitation of women, victims of trafficking from third countries especially. I would like also to express my gratitude for the opportunity to share Greta's view and overall experience throughout the 47 of 48 state parties to the Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings. The fact that COVID-19 pandemic is having a worrying impact on human trafficking across Europe was basically noticed by Greta Group at very early stage of the pandemic. Frontline NGOs have reported delays in people's being formally identified and as victims of trafficking, and which seriously affected their access to safe accommodation, healthcare, and much needed support, and moreover, putting them at risk of being further abused. This is why in our statement from April 2020, Greta urged state parties to do more to prevent the crime, to identify and to support victims, as the effects of the pandemic have made them more vulnerable than ever. Throughout the years, Greta paid particular attention to the interface between trafficking in human beings and asylum, and the issue related to the identification, protection, and support of victims of trafficking amongst asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants. Since the second evaluation round, Greta country reports have examined in detail the measures taken by state parties to combat human trafficking in the context of the unprecedented surge of asylum application in Europe. In June 2020, Greta issued a guidance note on entitlement of victims of trafficking and persons at risk of being trafficked to international protection, and with the aim to support state parties to further strengthen the implementation of the obligation to provide international protection to victims of trafficking. The COVID-19 pandemic posed additional challenges to the identification of and support the victims of trafficking, especially amongst asylum seekers and third country nationals. Due to limited capacity of law enforcement and services, victims of trafficking found themselves in an even more vulnerable position. In some countries, the access of UNHCR, specialized NGOs and lawyers to asylum reception center and immigration detention centers has been limited or stopped altogether. Meanwhile, traffickers have made the most of the situation, increasing the abuse of the vulnerabilities and people and exploiting the precarious financial situation of many of their victims. Furthermore, while the authorities reported increased sexual exploitation and criminal activities online, stretched resources and delays in justice systems have been hampering efforts to bring traffickers to account and to provide justice and compensation to their victims. In 2020 annual report, Greta provided a number of examples of how the pandemic is affecting the measures to tackle human trafficking in specific countries. In Germany, following a decision to temporarily close brothels and other businesses involving prostitution throughout the country, there has been an increase of hidden prostitution accompanied by more exploitative conditions and violence. In Spain and other countries, perpetrators are increasingly using digital platforms such as Airbnb to rent apartments where sexual exploitation takes place, which reduce the ability of law enforcement agencies and NGOs to detect victims. In Malta, after the first case of COVID-19 were detected amongst asylum seekers, all asylum reception centers and immigration detention centers were closed, preventing UNHCR and NGOs from visiting and providing information, support, and legal assistance. There have been also reports about hindered access to services such as shelters and healthcare, thus increasing the likelihood of re-traumatization and re-victimization. The pandemic has led to a disruption of victims' assistance, support services provided by NGOs, and worsened the possibilities of labor integration of victims. Another vulnerability appears from the fact that many countries do not allow access to the labor market to asylum seekers, or allow only restricted access. In the United Kingdom, asylum seekers are not generally allowed to do paid work, with the exception of those who are given permission to enter employment when their claim has been outstanding for a year. In Ireland, asylum seekers, including trafficked persons seeking asylum, were excluded from accessing the labor market until a Supreme Court decision delivered in 2017 found that such absolute prohibition was contrary to the constitutional right to seek employment. Many countries' schemes for accessing the labor market have high requirements and make access for victims limited in practice. The scheme of self-employment has apparently led some women, asylum seekers, being driven into working in prostitution on a self-employment basis. While a lack of practical support with regards to accommodation and other living conditions may increase the vulnerability of asylum seekers to being trafficked, measures to integrate them into the labor market may reduce that vulnerability. In Italy, the Project Insight promoted social and labor integration of beneficiaries of international protection accommodated in the asylum reception center. In Estonia, the authorities are implementing the strategy of integration and social cohesion through which the integration of refugees and asylum seekers is supported. Malta has a scheme that allows rejected asylum seekers who have been in Malta for more than 5 years and who cannot return to their home state to obtain 2 years renewable residence permit, which should lessen the vulnerability of being trafficked. Access to employment may reduce the isolation of some asylum seekers and enable them to support themselves. It can also avoid creating situations where trafficked persons seeking asylum may accept offers of informal employment, which in fact may be recruitment for exploitation. Greta considers that asylum seekers and trafficked persons among asylum seekers should be allowed effective access to labor market. In Portugal and Sweden, asylum seekers can access the labor market immediately after their claim is registered in the authorities. In Italy, the asylum seekers can take up employment after 60 days from the date of lodging their asylum application. As noted in Greta Guidance Note on Preventing and Combating Human Trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation issued in December 2020, states should provide, in cooperation with other relevant actors, including NGOs and trade unions, assistance to trafficked persons with a view to their reintegration and rehabilitation, including in the job market. Vocational training, job counseling, and job placement schemes, in particular when based on assessment of the overall labor market that include includes appropriate and safe work opportunities in a wide range of fields. These are the tools of economic empowerment that states should deploy to assist traffic victims in their reintegration. An increased involvement of state employment agencies and private sector, together with increased sensitization of employers with respect to the phenomenon of human trafficking, can increase the effectiveness of reintegration. Article 12, paragraph 4 of the Convention required state parties to enable victims of trafficking who are lawfully present in the country to have access to the labor market, vocational training and education. This is an important element of recovery and successful social integration of trafficked persons is their economic empowerment, which can be achieved through job placement, micro businesses, and social enterprises. Greta has stressed the need to develop public-private partnership with the view to creating appropriate work and opportunities for victims of trafficking. There is some really good examples throughout the state parties to the convention, which may inspire and be ground example for governments to build up strong and effective policies on labor integration of victims of trafficking. The UK Business Against Slavery Forum, made up of 13 multinational businesses committed to tackle modern slavery in their own sectors and beyond, with programs such as Corporate Future, providing employment opportunities to survivors. Further, CNS Bank provides bank accounts to survivors who do not possess the necessary documentation required under banking regulations to open an account, something very important. Maltese authorities issued 106 work permits to victims of trafficking between 2019 and 2020. Furthermore, a victim may be granted more than one permit in the same year in order to change job. The State Employment Agency in Malta, as many other countries, hold courses aimed at helping the registered employed persons acquire skills to enhance their employability. In Romania, the National Agency for Employment under the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection has a program that includes 3-year agreement with the victims of trafficking and subsidize employers who hire them. In conclusion, why integration and reintegration into the labour market is important for victims of human trafficking. Why victim needs education and employment support by the authorities to break the vicious circle of exploitation. Because having work, it gives them the feeling they are in control of their life. Because it provides safety that they can work it out on their own with the time being. Because it gives them hope for future, any future, without abuse and exploitation. Because it could be a life-changing experience for them. I wish we could have a survivor of human trafficking in this conference today and to hear from her or him, her or his experience and challenges in acquisition of qualification, finding job, and moreover, stay long enough at a given job. Because what many, including politicians, take for granted, victims fights for fiercely. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinetta, for your optimistic speech, because you gave us so many good examples and of good practices, which is one of the idea of this meeting, to learn about positive experience around Europe and around the world. I think it's very important what you said, that employers, employment agencies, training agencies should be also involved in the integration process, which was also one of the goals of our project, to involve these institutions in our countries. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to introduce our second speaker. This is Miss Sonia Morano Fuadi. She is Professor of Law at the Oxford Brookes University School of Law. She's also the director of the Postgraduate Research Students Program. Her research is focusing on the relationship between citizenship, migration, and fundamental rights in the context of an enlarging European Union. She's on the editorial board of the Journal of Immigration and Asylum and Nationality Law. I find very interesting her work in the Combat Project, a project which was mentioned in a 2017 European Parliament motion for a resolution, and which proposes that training on identification of victims of human trafficking should be a legal requirement for people working into the hospitality sector. Ms. Morano Fouadi also has a number of important positions where she can contribute with her expertise. She's a steering committee member of the University of Migration and Refugees Network, also chair of the Fundamental Rights and Equality Research Group of Oxford Brookes University, member of the Society of Legal Scholars in UK, and member of the steering committee of the Migration and Law Academic Network in the UK. So we have the pleasure to have a really experienced and distinguished speaker today. Ms. Morano, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Actually, I don't know, I hope, I will meet the expectation of this floor, because my presentation will be more a sort of an academic style presentation, so a little bit different from what, I've been told is going to be the rest of the day. So if possible, I will share my screen so what I'm going to focus today, and of course, as I say, thank you for this wonderful project, and thank you to the WIN consortium for inviting me. But, what I would like to focus today is not so much the side of the labor integration, but, more the framework, so the legal and policy framework that we have in relation to human trafficking. And in particular, I would like actually to stress that, despite we have done so much, in this field, and we continue doing it, we still have a number of problems, particularly in relation to the extraterritoriality of some of the legal measures. So what happened, for instance, where there are some victims which are distressed at sea, and they are not really within the territorial sea of any of the countries. Obviously, in Europe, we are talking about European countries which are members of the Council of Europe and members of the European Union. So I will actually look at, I don't really have a lot of time, so I will try to look at, some of the issues that I believe, are important. And we also found out in our combat project, one of the issue is the identification of the victims, and another issue is how to identify those victims, how to distinguish between victims which are simply victim of trafficking, or simply smugglers, migrants, and so how to define that, and what happened when those victims are stranded, for instance, at sea. So just to briefly give an overview of the pressure that we have right now. Of course, the COVID pandemic has highlighted, many other problems. And of course, we do have a sort of a general picture here, and we do see southern, eastern and western Mediterranean routes and board that, basically are used by smugglers to reach the European Union. Obviously, those routes might change in accordance to the different dynamics including legal dynamics moved by the different institutions of the European Union. But we can actually say that the increase of the migration flows happened in 2015. That's actually in accordance to some of the official documents of the European Union, even though academics might place the migratory pressure in 1990 with the extension of Schengen, the Schengen visas to African countries. But, looking at the data, official data, we can see that 2015 as a big moment, a milestone in the increase of the migration flows. Then we have, that similar experience even recently we see in Spain, and there are several reports that relate to the 2020 concern, in relation to the Spanish route. Then even the English Channel seems to have experienced, an increase and a span in a week, with more than 1,000 individuals crossing across the Channel. And, not really to forget about the Afghan crisis and the escalation that, we are going to be faced. We are already faced. We have already a number of countries who are responding to this crisis, but, many countries are not responding. So we will see that there is obviously going to be an influx and raise, an increase in the migration pressure. So we have this situation, but what is the legal framework that we have in Europe? So in Europe we have a very complex legal framework. So theoretically we could really say that the standard of protection is quite high. Why we theoretically say that? Because we have different instruments. So we have the EU Trafficking Directive, which is the 2011-36 directive. We have the Convention of the Council of Europe, so the Convention on Action Against Human Trafficking. We have the Charter of Fundamental Rights. We have, the Convention of the European Convention of Human Rights, and in particular Article 4. So, everybody really thinks, that the European continent is a paradise, in terms of protection, particularly in relation to certain areas, so human rights and trafficking. However, what actually we might say is that this very complex and overlapping system of legal norms offer the possibility of the member state to escape their legal responsibilities. So because it's so complex, then there are probably problems in the practical functioning of this legal system. And of course, this presentation will approach the protection of trafficking victims from a human rights perspective, but also particularly looking at the European Union, because we have heard Greta and what Greta is doing and what the Council of Europe is doing. So we want to offer a different perspective, to that particular perspective. One of the issue and the problem that I believe, we have in Europe is the issue of the so-called externalization of border controls. So in an attempt to prevent irregular migration and irregular migrants from entering the European territory, the institution and the member state, the institution of the European Union, have tried to outsource the border controls to third countries which are not European. Of course, even though the officials of the European Union, they don't really mention the word externalization. They mainly talk about external dimension of migration, of global approaches, or neighborhood policies. But the reality is that there is a form of outsourcing of those border controls. And obviously, even though this form might be temporal or spatial, what we have is a situation of legislation being adopted to carry out control before the irregular migrants can even reach the actual physical border. And these borders control are taken outside of the territories of the states. And sometimes they are taken on the high sea, for instance, or on the territories of third countries. And they are actually targeting migrants and asylum seekers. the justification that the European Union, obviously the member states, are bringing for strengthening the border controls are actually based on the fact that the priority of their agenda is to fight against smuggling of migrants. Okay, so actually is very good. We had several operations. It's good to fight against smuggling of migrants. However, targeting smugglers or smuggler migrants or targeting the smugglers might contribute to the increase of the crime of human trafficking. And in fact, this crime is characterized by impunity and exploitation of the victims. So impunity for the perpetrators and exploitation of the victims. So several reports have shown that migrants risk becoming victims of torture and rape whilst traveling, and the risk is particularly high for unaccompanied minors and women that are traveling alone. And of course, this report are not really showing that there is a strict link between the irregular migration and the irregular work, but we can actually see that there is a trend towards that. So the irregular migration or problems in Libya are not really strictly connected, or might not really be proved that they are connected with the irregular labor, for instance, in Europe, but many studies show that. So the externalization of borders should also include identification and protection and support of actual and potential victims of trafficking. If it doesn't do that, it's not really working and functioning as it should work. So in other words, we can say that the legal responsibility is, in normal situation, stands with each member state. So they have the responsibility to identify actual and potential victims. But, the legislation here is, even the directive is pretty vague. They talk about reasonable grounds indication, but, even the directive doesn't really say what is this reasonable ground indication. But, they obviously mention that there should be a reasonable ground indication that migrants and asylum seekers would be victims of trafficking. And there has been given large discretion to the national authorities. So, and, so that's why, just the way in which the framework of the legislation is made is giving too much discretion to the national authorities and to the states in normal situation of influx. So when actually there is not a so-called crisis, when we are in a context of a mass influxes, so when we define the situation impossible for the member state to cope, let's think about, in 2015, Italy and Greece, their capabilities was put at a very severe risk. So then there is a situation of emergency. So there is an expectation, legal expectation, that member states contribute, and they have this so-called intra-union solidarity. So they show solidarity one towards the other. So they have a positive obligation to assist one another. And this is stated in primary legislation. So it's stated in the treaties on the functioning of the European Union. One of the main issues that we find, which is quite delicate from a legal perspective, is that there are actually two separate obligations. So there is a dichotomy between the investigation of the perpetrators and the identification and the protection of victims. And this actually means that the two crimes, or the two situations, the two obligations are separate, and therefore, they could be given extraterritorial application to the identification and protection of victims. So, for instance, if we look at some of the case law from the Court of Human Rights in relation to the interpretation of Article 4 of the Convention prohibits slavery and forced labor, and also includes cross-border traffickings, we can see that, you know, the Court of Human Rights says that there is a difference between, so in the J and others case versus Austria, say that there is a difference between the duty to identify and provide substantive assistance and support to victims of human trafficking, and so on one side, and on the other side, the procedural obligation to investigate the crime under international and EU law. So it sounds that the two obligations are separate. And even the directive talks about, you know, the need for the member state to establish appropriate mechanisms aimed at an early identification, assistance and support of victims in cooperation with the different organizations, and actually divide the two obligations, say, you know, just on the one hand, we have the identification of the victim even before, during, and after the conclusion of the criminal proceedings. And then this is actually going to happen as soon as there is a reasonable ground indication for believing that the person might be a victim of human trafficking. So how to identify, as I said, is not really connected to the territory. It's not really done if actually somebody is stranded at sea, in the high sea, we can leave that person stranded and we don't really have any duty. But if it's in our territory, we might actually, the national authority might look at that. No, that's actually not the case. So the two obligations are separate. So even if there is a territorial limit for the investigation of the prosecutor, there is not such a territorial limit for the protection of victims. So, but how to identify is complex because it's linked to this wide margin of discretion left to the national authorities. So basically, if the national authorities have a wider understanding of what it is victimhood, for instance, or what is the vulnerability issue of how to interpret, you know, vulnerable victims, at that point, you know, the protection might be granted. But it's also interesting to understand the position of the Court of Human Rights and see that even in this case, in the Cloduri case, the Court of Human Rights gave some hints, gave some types of tests. It simply said, we need to protect not just the actual victims, but also the potential one. And how we do that? Because, you know, when we look at situation of vulnerability of irregular migrants, for instance, so when we have, you know, the people, and in that case, where it was in Greece and there were irregular migrants that were recruited in Greece to pick up strawberries. So the Court of Human Rights said the mere fact that those people were irregular migrants meant that they were vulnerable, and therefore they were without sources, risking arrest, risking detention, risking deportation, and therefore they had to be protected as potential victims. So even before the identification was happening. So this actually makes clear that we have, because of the two separate obligations, so one is to perpetuate the criminals and the other one is to protect the victims, the territorial scope of application of the legislation could be wider. And how can it be wider? It could potentially be wider applying the Article 10 of the directive, that simply Article 10, you know, put a legal nexus for the prosecution. But the Article 11 of the directive does not really put that legal limit. It actually gives the possibility of investigating beyond the territory of the state. And when this article is read, this article of the directive is read in conjunction with Article 5 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, we can see that there is no such a thing as a territorial limit, because the convention has got a territorial limit. So there is an issue of extraterritoriality of the convention, but that is not very clear for the Charter. We are still waiting for the Court of Justice to give a judgment in relation to extraterritoriality of the Charter. But looking at Article 11 of the directive and Article 5 of the Charter, we can't really find any limitation in relation to the territory, because the Charter is simply based on the criterion of connection with union law. So as long as union law applies, so for member states to apply the law, and from the institution also in their application of the law, so if the connection is made, that connection is not limited to the territory of Europe or one state, so it can go beyond that. However, having said that, we are still waiting for the Court of Justice to clarify and to explain the issue of extraterritoriality in relation to trafficking in particular. And therefore, just to conclude, this perspective that I've been giving about the importance of union law in particular, of course, we have seen that most of the directive is in line with the Council of Europe Convention, and of course is in line with the Article 4 of the European Convention of Human Rights. However, what the Trafficking Directive, right in conjunction with the Charter, does is adding another layer of protection, a more generous approach that goes beyond the national dimension, the national territories, and it does cover situations which are not really captured by international law. They escape international law. And also the states actually escape their responsibility, because obviously the states, say we don't have to follow, international law, because, those victims are stranded, for instance, at sea, high sea, outside our territory. And unless there is a legal nexus, we don't have to protect them. That actually doesn't really sound right if we apply the Trafficking Directive and the Charter together, because actually in this way, there is a sort of a general protection. Of course, this is a lex ferenda, so it's a doctrinal perspective, because we still don't have a clear case of the Court of Justice in relation to this, but that's actually where the doctrine is developing. Thank you very much, for listening, and it's been really a pleasure to give the presentation and to stay with you.
Thank you very much. I think this was very interesting point of view of combining different legislation for the best interest of the victims. I think you have pointed on very important issues like identification of the victims of trafficking among migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees. Just want to share that in Bulgaria, we don't, as a first border and maybe transit country for them, we don't have even one person identified officially by the state as a victim of trafficking. And also I find very interesting this very difficult balance between, let's say, the approach that protects the interest of the state, the safety and security from one side, which is based on ideas like irregular migration, cross-border crime, fear of terrorism, and the other approach, which is more on protecting the rights of the migrants, refugees and asylum seekers of not being violated, including of not being victims of trafficking. Now I would like to give the floor to everyone to ask questions, to share opinion, to give examples. So I'm opening a discussion based on what we heard from our first presenters, Ms. Antoneta Vasilieva and Sonia Murano Fuadi. Please feel free to ask questions. You can do it in the chat, but also you can do it by raising your hand with this little button at the bottom of your screen. And yeah, and you can switch your camera and microphone if you want. So. Few minutes for reflection.
There is already a question, Nadia.
Ah, yeah. Where
from
is it?
Teresa.
I don't see it in the chat. Huh.
No, I raised the hand.
Oh,
Nadia.
sorry, I haven't. Okay,
No,
maybe. Sorry, I have to. Oh, then I have. Oops. Yeah, please. Yeah, sorry. Teresa, go on.
Thank you, Sonia. I found your presentation absolutely fascinating. Maybe because I'm, you know, I'm very humbly graduated in law and with a fixation on some of the issues that you touched upon. So let me be a bit provocative, also to check whether I fully understood the potentialities of this case judged by the court of the European Court of Human Rights, J and others against Austria. So potentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, and please bring the consequences of this sentence up to the ideal world where borders make no sense any longer. But if I understand well, irregular migrants, wherever they are on the EU territory, let's stick to the EU territory because it's already enough for me for the time being, okay? Would be potentially eligible to request to be regularized. What do I mean by regularized? They would be in the position to request a residence permit. For the time being, a residence permit. Then we should also discuss whether they should be allowed to work because they are potentially victims of trafficking. Because they are the irregularity of their status vis-a-vis the migration law, the immigration and asylum law in the destination country could put them potentially in the situation to be recruited and exploited. Did I understand well the potential consequences of this sentence?
Thank you very much. You know, you are basically correct. The only thing, you know, that is not correct is the case. So the case is the Code Jolly versus and others versus Greece. So it's not the G. The J one is the one where the Court of Human Rights basically say that we have two separate obligations. So one is to prosecute the perpetrators, and the other one is to protect the victims. And actually, that's very, very important because, you know, that actually brings up my point about the protection of the directive also outside the territory of the different member states. Because, you know, if the two obligations were seen as one, they could be potentially be the argument that there is no protection outside the European Union because of Article 10 of the directive that say that the protection is just with the legal nexus.
Sonia, can I just reply on this? No, there is no protection outside the investigation, not outside the European Union, outside of the investigation, because normally we were taught that a victim of trafficking is identified by law enforcement and judiciary forces. NGOs, you know, all these human rights are for us. You know, civil society, it's a toy to play with and to keep us busy while law enforcement, judiciary, and state authorities, they crack down on immigration and criminal immigrants, because immigrants who are irregular, they are criminal by default. So there is no protection outside the investigation.
I agree. So it's just like the point is this, you know, that because, you know, the two obligations are separate, you cannot really protect outside of the European, you cannot really investigate a case, so you cannot really criminalize criminals outside of the European Union. But in Article 11 of the directive, there is no such a limitation, territorial limitation for the protection of victims. And that's actually very interesting because, if you decouple the two obligations, you can say, okay, there is no extraterritoriality for the prosecution elements, so the investigation elements, but there might be a potential protection because the directive is silent, and when interpreted in line with the charter, there is no such a thing as a delimitation of territory, so the territorial delimitation. That's why I actually raised the issue with that case. The other case that you were mentioning about the irregular migration is quite interesting too. And I think if we interpret this in this way, so this case, as I said, the applicants were irregular migrants that were recruited in Greece and they were picking strawberries. So the Court of Human Rights in that situation was very, very strong. It said that those could be potential victims of trafficking simply because of or servitude, trafficking or servitude. So also applying Article 4, which is protect, the servitude and forced labor. And the reason for that was because of their vulnerabilities, because being irregular migrants, they were without sources, they were risking arrest, they were even risking detention, deportation by the law enforcement in Greece. So that actually case makes a link between the issue of vulnerability and shows that even those who are not identified as victims, they are, in any case, they can't really be left. They should be looked at because of their intrinsic position of vulnerabilities, which stands with their status of irregular migrants. That's actually that case about. And therefore, there should be a nexus for trafficking. So it's not really automatic. Mm-hmm. It needs to be, but it can't really be left stranded. But at the same time, we have to say that because of the wide margin of discretion left to the national authorities, we have to say that unfortunately, there is no such a thing as a strong control from the EU institution because even the directive leaves a discretion, and the discretion is wide. It's not limited discretion, it's a wide discretion. So it pretty much depends then on what is the definition used or what is the conceptual, how is conceptualized at national level, the issue of victimization, the issue of vulnerabilities, and all those relevant and important areas. I don't know whether. Yeah.
I would like to say that from a grassroots level, this was one of the conclusions that we made here in Bulgaria, that instead of being so focused on identification of victims of trafficking, we have to put out more effort on identification of vulnerabilities to trafficking among women who are entering our country as refugees or asylum seekers.
Very fascinating.
And this I fully agree, Nadia. But then I would have a question for all the NGOs that participated in the project. How come that you were able, on the basis of which legal document, you were able to support the labor market integration of the victims that you assisted? Because then now I'm really curious.
Yeah, this was one of the issue because we were.
I bet this was a big issue.
A big issue because there was a requirement to support only the people who have permission to stay in our countries, which I personally find very frustrating for myself. Of course, NGOs, we always find a way to support other people. But yes, this was a requirement.
Yes, Nadia, I remember. Sorry, I think I'm the oldest here. So, and I think, unfortunately, I started to deal with trafficking, and particularly I'm sorry if I remember, my first victim of trafficking was from Bulgaria at the time when Bulgaria was not in the European Union. And so, and definitely people, the issue of residence and work has been always a headache for all of us since the very beginning, because now the contradictions that you are highlighting are growing and growing. So yes, sorry.
Okay, Thanasis wants to raise a question, and then it's Vanessa.
I think I just wanted to contribute to the discussion because I find it very interesting. So first of all, about the Greek case, it's a very famous case, and thank you very much, Sonia, for bringing it up. We used to call it Manolada case because Manolada is the region, and actually Greece was condemned, and Greece had to pay people, I think, an amount of 10 to 16,000 euros, I don't remember, because it violated, the state violated the right of those people. So I think it's a very interesting case, and actually civil society and at the grassroots level really supported the people to go to the European court. A second thing that I wanted to contribute is about the externalization of the borders. I found it very interesting, and I think to add on this, I think the securitization of the borders and the securitization of migration policy at the EU level, but also at the national level, is also very important. We see more fences, we see more pushbacks in the sea, and I think that really increases the risk of people to being trafficked because they have to find more risky ways and more difficult ways to actually cross. And then a third thing that I wanted to add, and I stop, is the question of Teresa for NGOs. I think when we try to support, since I come also, my background is also from NGOs, when we try to support people, we support them in a more holistic way. So the issue of the document is one level. So the first thing is that we try to actually find ways for this person to have documents, any kind of documents. It could be from migration pathway, it could be from asylum pathway, it could be from a victim of trafficking pathway, depending, of course, on the legal context. And then at the same time, we try to empower the person, help the person with language courses, with soft skills. So I think we try to see it in a holistic way. Of course, without documents, there is no way to find a decent job and a legal job. But we work simultaneously in different levels. So when the person has documents, if we manage, of course, then he or she will be more empowered to actually apply for jobs and secure an income.
Sorry, Vanessa, then I just need to reply very quickly to Thanasis, and then I will leave you. Yes, Thanasis, I understand. I was in your shoes years ago, but the great credibility of the system is nothing, is absolutely nothing. Because if you, sure, we work on a case-by-case basis, and we identify the most suitable way to legalize the status of every individual, because every individual story is different. But the credibility of the system is of the Greek system, of the Italian system, of the Austrian system is really, really very low, because we end up by trying whatever we can without having a system that coherently addresses vulnerabilities. And this is the reason why victims do not denounce, victims do not come up. They just prefer being exploited, because now people prefer being exploited, because at the end of the day, they always gain something, no matter the level of exploitation.
Okay, Vanessa, and then maybe Sonia will also reply.
Okay, just to answer Teresa, you know, here in Spain, we had the same problem. Women, to have the possibility to integrate women into the labor market, you need to be officially identified as a victim of trafficking. by the national forces, the police, and also by our tribunals, or police or tribunals. And on the other hand, we had the opportunities also to integrate into the labor market women with an international protection, maybe not identified as victims of trafficking, but with an international protection grant. It was interesting to hear in our national event that the spokesperson coming from the Ministry of Equality that participate in the conference she said that they are trying to modify our legislation and to have an integrate law against trafficking that probably is going to allow NGOs to identify victims for all the rights they are supposed to be provided by our legislation, and not only through the police identification. I don't know how it's going to be in reality, because we don't have even a draft, but she said something like that, because organizations, NGOs, we always said the same thing. In fact, this has been one of the problems of the implementation of WIN project in Spain, as well, because we started to work with women with a permission to stay and work in Spain, but it was a very limited permission. And while we were working on the project, some of the women lost the permission because it's like a 3-month grant or something like that. And it's such a pity, because you really see that you're working with the victim of trafficking, but she doesn't want to tell tribunals, she doesn't want to tell police, because she doesn't feel like she's going to be safe enough. She's afraid, she doesn't want to. But you know, you are working with a trafficking of victims that need a complete reintegration. You are completely right.
Yeah, sorry, Sonia, sorry, Nadia, I'm sorry if I reply directly immediately to Vanessa. No, yes, again, this issue of NGOs identifying victims, again, I am too old, and this is the reason why I just dropped trafficking issues, and now I'm on other issues, because I was too frustrated after 20 years of discussions in Italy of having multidisciplinary teams putting together law enforcement and NGOs in order to identify vulnerabilities, including in the labor inspection forces, because then we are again discussing labor exploitation, vulnerability to exploitation in the labor market. And then I'm surprised that no one mentions the employer's sanction directive, as if, because we are maybe too much focused on the fact that victims of trafficking are victims of a crime, rather than victims of labor exploitation and of an illicit behavior of employers, not only of traffickers. Employers in a wide sense, including clients of sexual services. At the end of the day, what we force them to do is to lie in order to access asylum and international protection, even in cases when they are not eligible for such protection. So we just destroy both systems, the asylum system and the immigration system that does not exist at the end of the day.
Okay, Sonia, then Antonetta wants to say something, and we have a question in the chat. Sonia, do you want to?
Yeah, I just want to say that, that was the introduction of my presentation, was that even if in theory we can say that our legal system is perfect, we have so many overlapping pieces of legislation, in Europe at least. The reality is that even within the law, so for instance, in the directive is written that the reasonable, so all the elements of the identification and even the interpretation of certain concepts are left at the national level. And of course, if they are left at the national level there, it pretty much depends also on the people in charge at the time, on the police, on the government, or on the political venue. So for instance, if you think about the UK right now, we don't have lorry drivers because of Brexit. We have lorry drivers because of the recruitment contract. What? So it's just like, so obviously you can justify everything, at local or national level. So there should be a way of dealing with the law in a very effective way, and also, making sure that the law is stronger. And in relation to integration, for instance, within the European Union, the integration into the labor market is left at the level of policy. There is no strong legal instrument that actually say it, because that's actually the competence of the union. So integration is within the state competence, so it's left to national policy. So it pretty much depends on how the national policy react, and it pretty much depends on what is the political will of that specific state, because of course, even the political will can change, and whether there are policy of integration, or integration is simply left, to the bottom-up approach, and therefore the NGOs are the one. And actually, I call it that's a type of solidarity, of distributed solidarity, because it's up to the NGOs and the capabilities of the NGOs, but it pretty much depends on the work of voluntaries most of the time. So is this actually a legal responsibility of the state, and how the state, deal with that? Of course, we don't have a legal responsibility in the case of integration. There's not really a strong element. It's just pretty much, left to the level of policy.
Antonetta wants to say something, and then we have we have a lot of questions actually in the chat, several questions. Maybe we won't be able to answer all of them. Yeah, because we are already over the time, but Antonetta, please.
Yes, very shortly to add to the discussion. The political will, I think, is the main bridge between what Ms. Albano says and Ms. Morano also says, because I think we have a pretty good international law. I think the EU directive is strong. Of course, I'm not a professor in law, but I think also that the Convention on Human Trafficking is also very strong and gives a very broad and in the same time precise frame how countries can, what countries have to do to develop their policy, specifically the Article 12 when assisting victims, including in labor integration and inclusion and social inclusion. And I think the main thing is how we implement law, not only national, but international. And this is where the political will comes, and where the understanding of the people who are working on grass level comes. And I think that what Sonia said is very, very good. And I wish many policemen and prosecutors to be able to hear you and to understand this really broad and complex mindset that you just presented us. But what is important is that actually states should be able to implement policies that are effective, and they don't need too complicated, I think, in international instruments. And I think that trafficking human beings is a very dynamic and fast developing crime, and we are not developing very fast in implementing actions against it. And that's why I think it's very important what countries are doing. And in our monitoring work we do in the third evaluation round, we did recommend to all the countries that had already went through the third evaluation round, that they should make further efforts to support victims of trafficking, their economic and social inclusions through education, vocation training, and job placement. Moreover, such efforts should involve raising awareness among different employers and promotion of micro businesses and social enterprises, because this is what really makes the huge difference for victim after they're out of the trafficking, because I fully agree that identification is crucial. We see downgrade in detection of victims, but we face a lot of challenges to integrate victims who are already identified in Bulgaria. In many countries I've seen this year through the monitoring that we've done. So it's very, very important to stick to the small actions that really make a difference, and really not be too precise in implementing the law, but be more proactive in implementing the law.
Okay, thank you. I will just summarize in the chat. People agree that the legal framework is fine, but it's the implementation, the major bottleneck. Also, Susanne Hoff says that it's good that the European Section Directive is mentioned, and the evaluation report has just been published. However, there are also major gaps in the implementation of this directive. Plus, it will not help victims of for sex workers to claim back wages. And there is, there are several other. Maybe I'm not able to read everything, but maybe this question. There is also one question which I think will be answered in the process of the next discussion after the break, which is from Stella. I can't read the whole name. Please, I want to know what are the policies that has been put in place in countries of where victims and traffickers came from to break the cultural background to taking prostitution as a normal job avenue to provide for one's and the entire family. Yeah, thank you. I propose that now we have a short break, if there are not any other burning questions, for like maybe 10 minutes. Now it's 10 to 11 your time. Maybe we can have a break till 20 to 11, 20 past 11, 11:20. Okay, 10 minutes break just for short coffee, water. Don't go out, don't stop the link, just switch off your camera and mute your microphone, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, anyone here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Nadia.
You're here.
But I cannot start the video. My system says that you, the host, has stopped it.
Yeah, I will immediately call them. Maybe they stopped it for the...
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're here.
Thank you, Nadia. Listen, did you know Ileana Darilova?
Yeah, very well.
Very well. Ileana was a very good friend of mine.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we worked together for a long time.
Yeah, she retired. She's somewhere here, I think.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward now. Right now, I'm working with the New Bulgarian University with Professor Christian Bankov. We are working on a project together. And I'm planning to come to Sofia as soon as I can.
Okay.
Also to meet Nadia.
Call us.
I'm PhD candidate in New Bulgarian University, so it will be great if you come to Sofia to meet in person.
Okay. can I ask what is New Internet Technologies and IT?
This is the company that provides the Zoom link and takes care about all technicalities.
Okay.
NIT and IT.
Okay.
So when you have some complaints, they immediately work it out.
And maybe I'm wrong, but was someone from DG Home supposed to participate in the conference?
No, I don't think so. Maybe at the very first level. I don't know.
No, okay. Okay.
Not in our conference. Okay. Okay, shall we start? I hope people are here.
Okay, I think it's my turn, right?
Yeah. Okay, what more to say about Miss Teresa Albano?
Don't say anything, please. Yeah. It's already enough.
But first, I would like to thank to Sonia and to Aneta for their very interesting presentations that raised such an energetic discussion, which I really enjoy. And now we continue with our next speakers. The first one is Ms. Teresa Albano, who is Economic Affairs Officer for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. She is expert on migration, governance, and human trafficking, and has a 20 years experience, as you already said, working in the field with international organizations and NGOs. She has numerous publications and articles on these topics, and she is a visiting professor at the Tor Vergata University Master of Migration, Economy, Law, and Interculture, and a lecturer for different think tanks dealing with migration, displacement, crisis management, socioeconomic inequalities, and as I just understood, she's also maybe a lecturer in the Sofia University, in the New Bulgarian University in Sofia.
No, Nadia, not at the New Bulgarian University in Sofia. I have the honor to collaborate with Professor Christian Bankov on a multi-country project that DG Home, the same DG Home, on the same AMIF funds that you also received. I was able to convince them, let's put it like this, because I'm not so sure that they trusted me, but I was able really to convince them to give me some money in order to carry out a project on 6 countries, 6 EU member states, Italy, Austria, and Germany, and 3 Western Balkans countries, Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, because again, the border between the European Union and the neighboring countries is at the end of the day a fake border, because problems do not stop at borders. Challenges, but also opportunities do not stop at borders. So I reflected a lot about what to say today. First of all, because I no longer deal with human trafficking per se. And why? Because after 20 years of frustration, I decided to give up. So I'm one of those who gave up. And I want to tribute all my profound esteem and appreciation for you who still believe that trafficking exists. Trafficking does not exist, in my opinion, as it is defined in the trafficking protocol. And maybe, and including, with all due respect, Antonetta, including in the Warsaw Convention. That definition is the origin of all sins. And sorry if I use a Catholic language, but I am Italian. So at the end of the day, I have these categories in my mind. So it's the origin of all sins. is the original sin, I would say, that does not allow you, the real heroes, to actually do what you intend to do and what this project intended to achieve. Because reflecting on today's occasion, I realized that I had more questions than answers. I had more questions regarding, and some of them I already addressed to you. What kind of residence permit were you able to convince authorities to issue? Because again, we are not in the realm of rights. We are in the environment of how much am I able to influence people that I know in my environment? How much able am I to put forward a number of, to construct a case in front of authorities that very often their way of thinking is completely based on completely different categories from mine. So this is one of the reasons why finally I decided to move to another area which is equally frustrating as human trafficking, but that allows me to at least hope a bit more, which is migration governance. You know, from my side, I deal with the prevention, looking at the trafficking topic, because also, as DG Home is doing, I deal with labor migration or migration, legal migration. I hate referring to labor migration, which is not a legal category, by the way, legal migration. So legal pathways for migration, because at the end of the day, the people that you are assisting are those who would have liked to migrate legally. Because the moment you ask an irregular migrant, how can I help you? The first answer is not give me a job. It's not help my family, but give me the possibility to stay legally, because the moment you allow me to stay legally, I will find a way, yes, with your support, with your assistance, with your care, but without a legal framework that allows me to exist, all your efforts will be at the end of the day useless. So, as I was saying, my job is not really easy, because the moment I sit down with the Minister X and invent one out of the 57 participating states and governments with which I deal with, because the OSCE, which for many of you may be a non-really well-known acronym, the OSCE was established in 1975, and today it's an international organization gathering 57 participating states, all in the Northern Hemisphere, from Vladivostok to Vancouver. It was established to facilitate the East-West dialogue, which means also the dialogue between two economic ideologies, the one based on state-controlled economies and the other one based on the individual initiative. Today, the divisions are no longer existent. We are all brothers in the same ideology, which is based on liberalization, which is exactly the reason why we have so many victims of trafficking around the world, not only in the European Union. Because allow me to give you the perspective of someone who has been dealing with the socio-economic inequalities in the last 10 years. The disparities are structural in this economic system, which at the end of the day fosters the exploitation of labor. And why? Because in a world where we all compete on a global scale, we have to reduce costs. We either delocalize the production, so shoes companies from Italy, they delocalize to Moldova because workers, they cost much less, or we do like Greece did, and like in South Italy is endemic. We use irregular workforce. We need irregular workforce. Economies of world economies need irregular workforce in order to compete on global markets. And this is the reason why some sectors are much more prone to exploitation than others. Those that are prevalently deregulated: domestic work, agriculture, construction, transport, the hospitalization industry in general. So there are these two main forces that contribute to nurture trafficking everywhere in the world. One is the model, the economic model that all the economies of the world embrace, and on the other side is tackling legal migration. And this is particularly, let's say, ironic, because in the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, at the Sustainable Development Objective number 10, we recognize that migration is a tool to reduce socioeconomic inequalities. It's target number 7, and the overall objective is reducing inequalities, and legal migration pathways is considered a tool to reduce socioeconomic disparities. And this is exactly what happens for everyone. I bet that Sonia is not British. And I bet that the majority of you learned English also by staying abroad more than 6 months, which would qualify you as international migrants according to international law. So, but because we, again, the impression is that we are under a siege and our countries are being invaded by immense floods of people, then states are cracking down on immigration laws, contrary to the results of what the European Union also concluded with the fitness check of legal migration, the legal migration acquis of the European Union. So, intelligently enough, DG Home carried out in the last 3 years, in the framework of the group of experts on economic migration, a fitness check. They assessed the effectiveness of the directives regulating legal migration, from the blue card to the seasonal workers directive to, the other. They are five directives, including the directive on family reunification, because we tend to forget that the family reunification is one of the legal pathways that is available for workers also to access destination countries and work. So the conclusions are that definitely legal migration is too narrow. The opportunities for legal migration are too narrow, and this is a relevant contributing factor to trafficking. Again, this global disorder is, first of all, continuing to perpetrate the division of migration drivers of migration flows into voluntary migration and forced migration, which is in itself a fictitious division. And based on this fictitious division, we have ineffective tools, the ones regulating legal migration, which are very few. The UN Convention on the Rights of Migrant Workers adopted only by so-called developing countries. And on the other side, we have the huge proliferation of legislation on victims of trafficking and other forced migrants, including refugees that are considered forced migrants. So as long as the international migration agenda is segregated into these two main concepts, the, let's say, fight against trafficking will continue to be less effective as we wish it could be. I reiterate my absolute admiration for you at the grassroots level. You are definitely working for a more equal world, but maybe you should also address your efforts towards also a legislation which is not in the field of human trafficking, but it's around human trafficking, which addresses all those contributing factors, the lack of legal migration pathways, refugee system, which is becoming more and more rigid, labor market regulation, which is progressively more unequal. But the reasons should not be really because we are supporting human rights. And I, again, apologize for those who are human rights activists. But the reason should be that we are very selfish towards ourselves. And why? Because the moment we accept a vast informal economy and a vast number of irregular workers, no matter their nationality, it's the moment we allow the system to erode our own rights. I will make a very quick example and then I will conclude. Imagine you are my mother. This is a true story, and she needs a caregiver. She has in front of her an Italian caregiver and a Romanian caregiver. And by the way, she's an EU national, and she should be subject to exactly the same regulations of the Italian law. Imagine she's from Nigeria, it would be even more complicated. But let's take a simple example. So for the Italian domestic worker caregiver, my mother should be subject to the national contract, which imposes a number of additional costs, holidays, the week break, health insurance, insurance against against the injuries on the job place, on the occupational health. While the Romanian lady, she doesn't really care. She doesn't need her health insurance to be paid. She doesn't care because at the end of the day, she's not used to go to the public health system. She will not earn her pension in Bucharest because at the end of the day, she prefers being paid all cash immediately without a contract. And of course, her salary will be lower than the Italian, than the salary of the Italian caregiver. This phenomenon is called social dumping. And it cracks down on the rise of the Italian worker, not of the Romanian worker. Because at the end, when my mother, and this is exactly what she did, she chose the Romanian national as caregiver, the Italian national was jobless and without unemployment, unless in the long run, the Italian potential caregiver aligns herself on the same conditions of the Romanian worker, which means that if my daughter wants to work as a caregiver, she will have to renounce to her rights, social and economic rights, and align herself to the conditions of work of someone who prefers remaining in the informal economy. This is a race to the bottom for everyone, which affects mostly national workers. And in fact, in one of the questions that I would have liked to ask you as a consortium of NGOs that implemented this project, you mentioned that you raised awareness among employers and among trade unions. Because I remember the moment I had this conversation with the Austrian trade unions in the construction sector, and they were appalled. Apparently, no one had ever thought about the social dumping effect of accepting irregular workers on the national territory. So again, I believe we not only need a new legislation, definitely we do. We need to change our minds, and we need to change language. Today, in order to continue working, I no longer present myself as a migration expert. And why? Because the moment I sit down, imagine with minister, choose anyone, choose really anyone you wish. And I sit down and say, hello, I'm the expert on migration of the OSCE. Okay, that is the door. And my conversation ends the moment I introduce myself as a migration expert. Today, I present myself, I introduce myself as an expert in human capital development. Wow, what is that? And at least I gain 3 minutes. What is human capital development? Is the opportunity to access education, training, jobs, and career opportunities, exactly what you did for your victims of human trafficking. It's to access these opportunities for personal growth, for community growth, for the development of the only capital that really matters, which is the human capital. So I really wish to invite you to think out of the usual concepts, because we risk to limit ourselves and limit also our advocacy efforts. Today, much more than ever before, we definitely need to advocate for the rights of everyone, because rights are inherently democratic. They are either for everyone, or in the long run, they are for no one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. I think this cross-sectors approach is very important. And I think it's very important that global dynamics, how global dynamics on economy, migration, labor are affecting everybody's lives, not only the life of the people who we want to have, but also our personal history and destiny. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Susanne Hoff to introduce her to us, to everybody. She is since 2004, quite a long time, international coordinator of Ostrada International, which currently is the European NGO platform against trafficking in human beings, and involves 25 members, 25 NGOs and 5 associate members from 24 European countries. The aim of Ostrada is to prevent trafficking in human beings and exploitation in Europe, and to protect the rights of trafficked and exploited persons and ensure their access to justice. Before Ostrada, Susanne worked in different contexts like NGOs, the Dutch Center for International Cooperation, the Dutch Refugee Council, and also for the Amsterdam Mayor's Office and the Amsterdam Municipality, where her work focused on human rights and the situation of Central and Eastern Europe. So Susanne, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I hope you can hear me well. And thank you, Nadia, very much for inviting me for this event today. I must say, because of all the discussion, it's quite difficult also to stick more to the topic. And yeah, I had prepared some presentations, so I might slightly change a little bit. Also, it gives me maybe the opportunity to quickly react already what was said. I do believe that human trafficking does exist. However, I do very much agree that the framework is very limited, that the crime is very difficult to prove and successfully prosecute. And I also see, of course, as an NGO platform, we see, of course, that it leaves many without the protection and support. And also reacting to the other earlier speakers, yes, it's. I think it's quite unrealistic, even though we would love to have a human rights place for all, that all the undocumented workers, of which there are, of course, many now in Europe, will have access to adequate assistance and support, even though, as Nadia, as you also mentioned it, we call for that. And we see actually an urgent need not to wait till people are trafficked and give only support to those who face serious accidents or serious situation of human trafficking or forced labor, but already before, to address the vulnerabilities of a much larger group. And of course, I do agree with the current speakers. That's very difficult, not only in the current climate, but also with the current framework we have to deal with, and yeah, and the limited resources and time of everyone, while at the same time, of course, yeah, we see so many people in need of support and help. Secondly, I would like to thank also, I'm very curious actually to hear more about the WIN project and also to hear the next speaker, because I think we definitely need more of those projects in Europe, especially as much in the anti-trafficking field, and this is partly also mentioned already by different speakers, a much focus has been put on short-term level assistance of victims, and generally much focus is of course also put just on the criminal aspect of the crime, aiming to ensure investigation and prosecution, and much less attention has been put on the longer run protection and well-being of trafficked persons, regardless the responsibility of the state, as mentioned also by the previous speaker, Sonia Fout Morano. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. While the WIN project has been focusing in particular on ensuring access to employment to women trafficked for sexual exploitation, I would like to highlight in my presentation a little bit more generally the need for social inclusion of trafficked persons, which of course was also the basis for your project, and to share some challenges and recommendations we have seen in our work. I was planning to be quite general on that, also because we represent actually a platform of 25 members and 5 associate members, as you said, and we are actually based in 24 European countries. So you can imagine that the situation is quite different in the different countries. A last word on La Strada International, like the Animus Association Foundation in Bulgaria, which is for long our member in Bulgaria and also one of the founders of La Strada International. We see all our members actually direct assist trafficked persons. They do advocacy, raise awareness, and provide direct support, as I said, but also to a larger vulnerable group of persons. So we have also a lot of NGOs that are members of us who work specifically with undocumented workers. I just wanted to have said this so the listeners also understand where we are coming from. So as mentioned already by the different speakers today, and I hope that I keep the time because I see that we are a little bit late on the schedule, that a lot of people that have experienced a trafficking situation are of course in urgent need of protection and support. As we all know, they have experienced psychological consequences resulting of course from the abuses they have suffered, and that can also, the consequences can include the loss of dignity, the mental health problems, a loss of confidence, and a diminished ability to act also autonomously as a consequence of being under constant control and in fear. And I'm sure that the WIN project faced also these challenges.
So while firstly, it's of course very much important that these consequences are addressed and that victims receive the adequate protection and support and are thus empowered again to take back the control over their lives. But it's also very important that in the longer run, social inclusion of trafficked persons is realized, and that's whether in the country of destination or after return to their country of origin. Also to reduce again their vulnerability and the risks for new forms of exploitation, as also Antoinetta earlier highlighted today. However, when we, and I'm sure this is the same for the WIN project, but when our members in general try to look at longer run support and protection to trafficked persons, and also to try to realize social inclusion, then first of all, there are certain basic conditions and requirements that should be met. And the first one is, of course, it sounds very logic, and it has already been mentioned also by Sonia before, but it's of course very important that victims of human trafficking are formally identified as trafficked persons, also to ensure that they receive already in the beginning adequate assistance and support, and that the rehabilitation of victims of trafficking can take place. But regardless the obligation for states, again, the identification of trafficked persons remains a very big gap at the European level. I don't know the exact percentage, but we see Eurostat reports around 10 to 12,000 people that are identified, reported to be identified by member states each year in Europe. And that's just about 1% of the high estimations that we hear from international organizations. So whether the estimations are correct or not, there's a major gap of the victims that we really see in practice and that are identified, very often preliminarily identified by our members and then reported to the states, and the high estimations. So that's the first major bottleneck. A second prerequisite for longer term social inclusion is, of course, appropriate and secure accommodation, counseling and information, translation of information, legal aid and assistance during criminal procedures, and of course, access to residence. And also in the discussion, we already talked about this, as well as access to safe return. As for access to residence, I will not say too much about it, but I would like to highlight, and maybe I can mention this in the chat. We have been lobbying, and we're still lobbying for more access, not only on the short term, but also in the long term for access to residence. There was a project launched called REST, which 6 of our members implemented in 6 countries in Europe, including the Netherlands, Moldova, Serbia, Austria, and I can share in the chat and also their recommendations, because what we see again in Europe, that also there's an enormous lack to temporary access to residence, and also the reflection and recovering period is very often not granted to trafficked persons, especially to those who have, and if we speak about third country nationals, to those who have a Dublin claim. I know because of the time, so I skip a little bit, but yeah, as mentioned already, if a person cannot stay regularly in the country or has no access to regular employment, it is of course very difficult to obtain social inclusion, and the risk for exploitation and re-trafficking increases. So let me go to integration and longer term support. For the process of recovery and economic and social inclusion, settlement in safe and a secure environment is of course needed, next to of course access to a reasonable standard of living, mental and physical well-being, opportunities for personal, social and economic development, and also access to social and emotional support. And this of course, as the previous speaker said, this should not be created with social dumping, but it should indeed be a labor market that is inclusive for all and ensures that everyone has equal standards, minimum wage, equal access to support, and not that some people, and I don't think that the Bulgarian in that case was actually so happy with that circumstances, but very often because if it's exactly the same situation, you would also see that this mother in the case story would probably have chosen Italian if it would not have costed more, and then maybe actually not much access to employment and support. So unfortunately, that's the reality of today. even though we also are very much concerned about social dumping, but still also see the lack of opportunities for others to enter the labor market. As for empowerment, as Nadia also asked me to say a little bit about empowerment, but I'm sure that the next speaker will explain all the difficult challenges, but also the options you did to empower persons and to try to get them access to employment and vocational training. We feel that empowerment is a central element of the human rights approach to social and economic change. And empowerment means for us participation of trafficked persons in taking decisions that concern them, including in programs and services which they will benefit from. However, social successful integration, and yeah, we heard already several examples, it's not easy at all. First of all, it of course depends to a large extent on the victim's individual situation or the experience. And secondly, of course, also to the social and economic factors, and especially also in which country is the person based. In a country like Germany, Austria, maybe Netherlands, there might be more opportunities for a person to enter the markets again than, for example, in Moldova, Bulgaria, especially if the lack of economic opportunity was the reason in the first place to maybe leave the country and to seek for opportunities abroad. We also see that the reintegration is a long-term process which requires work within the trafficked person, but also with the environment, so the family, the community, and sometimes also the state. And it also depends, as I mentioned already before, on all the support the person had so far received and the outcomes of it. For example, what has been the outcome of the court case? Has the perpetrator been prosecuted? But also, has there been any access to remedies? Residents I already mentioned before. But in case persons have access to compensation and they have access to some money and they have had some more support in the beginning, of course, it's much easier for them to rebuild their lives and to take the lives a little bit more in their hands. Moreover, what we see if people apply for compensation or maybe back wages, it also gives them the feeling that they can themselves do something in the process of bringing their traffickers to justice. And of course, compensation can gain them more financial autonomy. Very shortly, because I think the next speaker will talk about it. If we talk about economic empowerment, of course, we mainly talk about that people have access to employment, but also gain economic independence. And that's key for the mental well-being and the health. But also, yeah, as mentioned, we see that very often for this economic empowerment and reintegration programs, we see that trafficked persons depend very much on the available access to regular integration programs that are set up by states or local communities. Very often this is decentralized. And also that we see a bottleneck. Sometimes NGOs are also not aware anymore what's happened with a person and can also not influence so much. However, our members of our platform, they support victims directly or indirectly in getting access to vocational training and enrolling in educational programs. They also work closely with specialized centers or are part of specialized support programs. They, in cooperation with the national or local authorities, can facilitate the reinsertion of victims into the educational system or provide financial support for education. Again, this is far from easy. And we also try to see, to refer people to vocational programs of others. A major bottleneck that I want to mention is that often those vocational programs focus on basic skills and are not always in line with the needs and competence of the trafficked persons, neither focusing on a successful future. And they're very often generally limited in scope. And I'm more than sure that the WIN project identified this. As for the access to employment, one more thing next to the limited opportunities, what we also see is that many of the persons we assist, especially if they come also from third countries outside Europe, from Nigeria, for example, but also from other countries, they have hardly no access to physical documents, certificates. diplomas or letters of reference to evidence their experience and skills, which makes it very difficult to give them access to employment. And then, of course, there are a lot of other barriers that create difficulties for people to enter the market, especially also the competition, of course, if you have limited vocational training, education, and limited work experience, then of course it's already more difficult. So I would like to conclude with a few recommendations, and I skipped a little bit of my presentation for the sake of the time. But yes, I think it is very important that policies and strategies should be in place for successful inclusion of trafficked persons, including also their access to vocational training and job placements. Programs should focus much more on skill development, vocational training, but also include an assessment of the labor markets to ensure that we have a much more realistic job opportunities for trafficked persons, and also include job counseling and preparation. There should be increased involvement of state employment agencies in job placement, but also the private sector should do much more. And one of the speakers already mentioned the incentives that were given to the private sector to ensure that they create more employment also for specific vulnerable groups, and that could be wage subsidies or other incentives. And lastly, I think there's much more need for strategic partnerships with organizations focusing on vocational training and job placements. I leave it here, and I hope there's still some time for questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanne. Thank you for these recommendations. I think one of the good sides of the WIN project is that the consortium is built from organizations that provide services, psychological and social services to victims of trafficking, and other organizations that provide training and employment counseling to vulnerable people. So following one of the recommendations. And now, last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Thanasis Tairovolas to share his experience in implementation of a project which we consider as a sister project to WIN, because it has it's targeting the same group of women from third countries that were victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation. Thanasis Tairovolas is a researcher. He works in KMOP. This is organization, Greek organization in Athens. The full name is Social Action and Innovative Center. He holds a master's degree in Africa and international development, and he is an experienced project manager, researcher, and project proposal drafter with more than 6 years of experience in the field. He has worked in different non-governmental organizations in Greece dealing with migration issues, and he has a research experience particularly on the intersection of migration and gender issues. So, Thanasis, please.
Thank you very much, Nadia, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this extremely interesting event. Thank you very much all the speakers that have already shared with us rich knowledge and great experiences. So for the sake of time, I also am gonna skip some things you already mentioned, the Tolerant project. Actually, my contribution today will be based on the Tolerant project, which was, as you said, a sister project to WIN. Tolerant was implemented between 2019 and 2021. So it has just been completed the last months. And of course, its objective, like WIN, was to enhance labor market integration of victims of trafficking, specifically women, third country national victims of sexual exploitation. So in the project, let me share my screen. I have prepared a presentation. I guess you can see it. So as I said, we were the leaders of the Tolerant project together with other organizations like Animus from Bulgaria, Cesi and Differenza Donna from Italia, Adrian from Romania, and Lifo from Austria. We implemented this project, and I think I would go straight to some of the key reflections from the implementation of the project. I would like to share with you the challenges that we faced during the project implementation, some good practices or some, let's say, examples of good practices, and some key recommendations. And of course, I would like to include in my presentation the actual impact of COVID, which I think we didn't really touch upon a lot today. What was the impact of COVID, the impact of the pandemic for our service provision? So during the project implementation, as I said, we had the chance to serve more than 250 people, victims of trafficking. Actually, it was 280 in total, and they were coming from very many different countries, more than 25 from the African continent, the Asian continent, or even the European continent. Let me show also here the quantitative and qualitative data. The vast majority of the victims of trafficking was, of course, sexual exploitation, and some of them were both victims of sexual and labor exploitation. And of course, the type of identification, as you already said, most of you, it was through informal ways, since we already have said that formal identification is missing, is lacking. The vast majority of the victims was between 26 and 45 years old, and to a lesser extent between 18 and 25. The legal status varied, as we already said, from asylum seekers, refugees, migrant visas. Victims were also undocumented, humanitarian status, or residence permit for family reunification, taking into advantage the Dublin regulation. The education was also different from basic education to university degree. And the services that we provided during these months were social counseling, legal counseling, language courses, trauma recovery, CV drafting, advice on labor market, communication with potential employers. And I'm very happy that you already raised this issue, because also part of the project that we did, the Tolerant one, was also raising awareness among employers and sensitizing the employer side. So let's discuss some challenges that we faced during the project implementation. And I'm sure that some of them are common and are common for you, and you face the same in your context, but maybe some are different. First of all, it was really challenging for our field professionals to sustain contact with the women engaged in the project on different levels, from building trust to following up the case, to finding the person when we wanted to give a follow-up advice or to refer to other services. Secondly, some beneficiaries were reluctant to engage with employability services since they experienced their residence in some countries as temporary. This has to do with migration and the journey, and we saw it in Bulgaria and Romania, but also in Greece, that if they consider them as temporary, as transit countries, then they're reluctant to engage with finding a job because they want to continue their journey. Moreover, some of them, they were afraid to engage with public authorities, police, justice authorities, and of course, this sometimes is justified on the basis of authorities' behavior or stereotyping, or some of them were not willing to do so in order not to postpone again the continuation of their journey. We have already discussed a lot about the lack of legal documents and how this really is challenging for NGOs to provide services. So I'm not going to elaborate more on this. Another challenge that we faced was the means, the equipment, internet, laptops, tablets. So how we can communicate with the people, especially because of the pandemic. How we can support them in accessing documents. And since these procedures sometimes are too lengthy and people get really demotivated during the process. And as Ms. Teresa said, then they prefer maybe to stay in let's say in a position of undocumented and trying to find irregular jobs. Of course, there's a lack of employment opportunities for low-skilled profiles. And when we say lack of employment opportunities, we mean decent employment opportunities. And of course, we mean employment opportunities with social insurance, etc. There is a lack of adequate language courses. So this means that although there are language courses, that they are not enough, so people don't learn the language of the country of the stay. So that means that they have less chances to get a job. And of course, it was very challenging for us as a consortium to engage with the employers and sensitize them, since majority of them is not interested in dealing with this issue. And let me now discuss a few things about the impact of COVID-19. Of course, most of the countries experienced lockdowns that had detrimental effects in terms of referrals to services, in terms of access to resources, access to shelters. Of course, COVID-19 increased the vulnerability and precarity for victims of trafficking. And of course, that led to an increase of the everyday challenges that they faced, leading to not finding a job as a first priority. There was a loss of jobs, of jobs in different sectors, from hospitality sector, gastronomy, food sector, etc. And of course, there were also less training opportunities. So that means that we have a huge increase of inequalities, and that's, I think it's globally, as the previous speakers have already said. There was unavailability of services, of course, due to the pandemic, or there was this transition from the offline service provision to an online service provision, which was also very problematic in many different ways. How do you build trust with people digitally? How do you make sure that people are safe when you provide the service while they are not in a safe place like the premises of an NGO? How do you make sure that they have a computer or an internet connection in order to receive the service? Then, of course, NGOs and service providers faced the challenge to access reception centers due to COVID-19. Reception centers became closed facilities. Entry-exit was controlled. So this decreased the chances of enhancing the proper identification and protection mechanism in these centers. Of course, we faced beneficiaries dropping out from projects, from services. And another thing that we didn't discuss was childcare services is also very important. Many women have children, have minors, and they don't have access to childcare service. So that means that they don't have the flexibility to take part in project activities or receive services. And finally, I think there was an overall negative impact, and I think that is documented in many reports, also from OSCE, also from UN Women, also from many different institutions, that there was an overall negative impact on victims to access social and work reintegration paths. So if I can share 2-3 examples of what we consider as good practices during the project implementation, was that some beneficiaries secured a job, of course, in various sectors, like we already discussed, hospitality, food industry, HoReCa exhibition. Some of them became cultural mediators in NGOs, and some of them accessed professional training courses or internships. We also consider as a good example that we tried and we managed to reach existing employment agencies and associations working with and supporting employment integration of vulnerable people in general. So we tried to form coalitions. And finally, networking. I think the multi-stakeholder approach is already mentioned, and I think it's very important. We need to keep working on that. So networking between different actors, covering the whole path of reintegration, ensuring that the individual projects of victims of trafficking are coordinated and monitored in a holistic way. Finally, let me share also some recommendations and lessons learned. I think Ms. Hoff has already mentioned some of them. So we need to have we need to put more effort on advocacy and lobbying to state authorities regarding identification of victims of trafficking. We need to provide a better social safety net for everyone so that no one is left behind. We need to design a broader strategy, a more holistic, let's say, strategy of integration, engaging with all relevant stakeholders, not the usual suspects. Of course, when I say the relevant stakeholders, I mean also trade unions. It was also mentioned by other speakers, NGOs, of course, migrants associations. Usually we don't engage with them, or we don't bring the migrants' voices themselves on the table. Public authorities, of course, national bodies, EU bodies, etc. Of course, there is a need for further gender mainstreaming to all interventions. We should never forget gender on our approach. Personalized and gender-sensitive job orientation and integration services. Of course, we need to improve the access to public and private services through the capacity building of field professionals. Then, as Ms. Hoff also suggested, we need to leave from a perspective of short-term interventions and go to a more medium and long-term programming, which would also facilitate the process of integration to labor market for victims of trafficking. And finally, we consider as very necessary and important to have a participatory project designing and donor funding schemes with a meaningful engagement of beneficiaries themselves. Of course, we didn't have the time to give you more information about Tolerant Project, but what I'm planning to do is to send you in the chat the links of the guide that we produced, which we think that is very helpful for service providers. I would also share with you, of course, the website of the project where all materials are there, and some policy recommendations that we drafted after the final conference. You will find everything in the chat. And just a final comment. What we did during the Tolerant Project was to also create a network. More than 25 members are in the Tolerant network. The purpose of the network is to exchange experience, exchange good practice, exchange knowledge, form coalitions, support the effort of the actors in the field to lobby and advocate towards the public authorities. So I will also share the link in the chat of the Tolerant Network, and of course everyone is invited to check the link, and if you want to be part of this network, you can also follow the instructions on how to join. And we are really looking forward to hearing from you, and thank you very much for inviting me, and Nadia, thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Thanasis. I think that the Tolerant Project and WIN Project are working in the same perspective, and a lot of our conclusions and findings are quite similar, which is very good actually, because they are a base for lobby and advocacy activities based on practice. Now I would like to give you the floor for contributions and questions. I see one here in the chat from, it's a contribution, it's from Etenesh Hadis. Please excuse me if I don't pronounce the name correctly. It's a representative from African women's organizations based in Austria. And it says that if the employment opportunities for victims of trafficking are limited in many EU countries, depending on their residence permits, visa, or other stays. The rules differ from country to country, and we think that a unified labor law for the EU countries is important because this will avoid exploitation and misplacement, and it avoids frustration on immigrants and reduces social burden on countries. And also the person is advising for better representation of migrant people and victims of trafficking in the decision-making processes. Okay, so any questions to the speakers in our second panel? Yes, Sonia, please.
Sorry, I don't want to take the floor, too much. Do the speakers want to answer or to add anything to the comment in the chat? Because I think it's quite important. What the person is suggesting is to have both sides, so a government and immigration and victims of trafficking forum together, which I think is quite essential, to solve the problem. I don't know whether anyone wants to comment on that, but I then have a number of questions as well to
Susanne, maybe you want to comment on this? Yeah, please.
Yes, sorry, I was lowering my hand and then immediately looking for the unmute. Yeah, two things. Yeah, I have never thought about this before, like a government, immigrant and victims of trafficking forum together. It could be interesting in general, of course. We ask for trafficked persons to be more involved in any kind of policies and measures taken, so their voice is more heard. At the same time, and that's also sometimes an earlier speaker also spoke about the identification of trafficked persons also by NGOs. We are, of course, very much involved in the initial process, but never in the formal identification of trafficked persons. And also here, yeah, there is a risk, not only for NGOs, but also for victims themselves who are in the forum, that they are associated with the ones who take the decisions, especially if the decisions are then negative. So yeah, it's difficult if you become, I would always say, stay independent, and then you can critically watch and monitor. And that's also the bottlenecks we sometimes see with identification. I want to give one more reaction to this statement, is that in general, we also, of course, ask for more harmonization. You saw it, some speakers already mentioned it. In some countries, there are different rules for who can access the labor market, and when can it already be in your asylum procedure. And also we see in general there's a clear lack of employment opportunities, especially also for low-skilled migrants. I mean, the European Commission is currently working on a lot of different legislations, also evaluating the Victim Directive, the Trafficking Directive, but also works on a new migration and asylum plan. And you see already the biggest focus is again on return, and it's not on enabling migrants to come to Europe and to work here, even though it's very much identified and acknowledged by all that we lack workers. You see that in the UK at the moment with the truck drivers, it's a big issue. So yeah, it's a bit silly that European countries do not realize that they better open their markets more and then also ensure decent working conditions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Antoinette wants to raise a hand on the screen.
Yes, for some reasons I don't have this electronic raise up hand here. I was wondering, I often hear law enforcement and different authorities talking about that vulnerable people may abuse the support given as a victim of trafficking. And I was wondering, do you think that this type of thinking from the authorities may also prevent really effective policies and actions towards victims of trafficking, especially for third countries? Because, you know, I hear from authorities here and there saying, oh, they pretend they're victims because they want to access the labor market or access some services that are provided to victims of trafficking. So this mistrust, what do you think? Is it giving a challenge?
Is your question to someone or to all the speakers?
To all the speakers.
Okay.
Okay.
Suzanne, do you want to start or do you leave me the burden?
No, I'm more than happy to react, but Teresa, go first and I can add here.
Okay. Well, actually, the mistrust is true and the lies are true as well. And why? Because the system in itself is so rigid that it forces vulnerable people to lie. And how we have tons of examples of lies, not only from victims of trafficking. We have asylum seekers who lie. If you go in the on the website, you find exactly all the instructions on how to present a good asylum request in order to be considered. So it's you don't even need to go in the dark web, where SEC passport is one of the easiest ones to purchase, and you purchase the overall identity in the dark web. So the system in itself forces people to lie, because there is no way for them to be recognized as migrant workers, as a person who is trying to access another opportunity in another country. I could show you a slide that describes the power of a passport. If you have a Finnish passport, you can access some 193 countries without a visa. Finnish, not the EU. The Finnish one is one of the most powerful passports in the world. But if you are unlucky and you have an Afghan passport, you cannot access even Pakistan, which is a bordering country. You need a visa to get into Pakistan. So again, the people who need more to access opportunities abroad are the ones who are prevented the most from accessing those opportunities legally. This situation puts them in de facto, they have to try to access the destination country in another way. So you have a lot of lies of people requesting asylum, first of all. For victims of trafficking, well, it's I heard this old story so many times, and I would just answer, do you know how much prostitute earn every night? And then let's compare what a prostitute earns every night, a prostitute, not a victim of trafficking, a prostitute, free, who can keep the money for herself and etc., or himself and etc., etc., and how much this person earns as a domestic worker. If you just compare, you would understand that it would be stupid. You would be stupid to try to become a domestic worker while as a prostitute you would earn much more. And this is also the reason why some victims of trafficking, once they are legalized, they have the residence permit, they continue offering sexual services, but in a free way in their homes. They keep some clients, because some clients are affectionate clients, they are friends, they are good clients. Why should I renounce from this source of income?
Okay, I'm a little bit pressing the discussion because we are quite over time. Suzanne, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, two ways. Although I agree partly with what Teresa said, in particular also the beginning of the systematic situation, and that people are somehow forced into the situation also to lie in certain cases. I would at the same time say we see it's a bit funny, because at the same time the states all the time say, and actually also again they blame then the victim, they say the victim don't come forward. And I think for both reasons is there's actually no access to much support and guarantee. So even if you report, you don't know know. I mean, we see all over Europe people with a Dublin claim. I mean, in the end, you are returned. You're even told go back to Italy and report there. So I think the comments, we hear them in the Netherlands too. It's a bit odd. Secondly, if you look at the amount of people that are identified, it's in particular odd. Also looking at Bulgaria, I think there's hardly any case of a third country national for which a perpetrator has been prosecuted. They have no cases. Most of the cases they deal with in Bulgaria are still the ones that return from other countries and have been exploited there. So I think, yeah, if you look at the small amount of people that they actually accesses, and that's also why I doubt sometimes about the high estimations. I mean, in practice, governments don't want to assist all the presumed trafficked persons because they already don't want to give the rights to those that are clearly trafficked persons. So yeah, I'm sure too, I hope.
Thank you. And last, from maybe Sonia, because we are really quite a lot over time. Do you have a question or contribution?
Yeah, I actually want to say that, yeah, I mean, the panel is quite interesting in looking at what are the causes for human trafficking, and so obviously I share, you know, what Teresa was saying about we should really have legal venues for people to come to Europe rather than make you know, those illegal or irregular ways of coming. So I see points of, you know, trying to legalize, you know, the more. So let's shift the debate, you know, towards, instead of focusing on trafficking, towards a sort of a broader debate where we talk about legal venues available, so visas available. And I also see the Susanna's point, you know, about the issue of lying, and also, you know, Teresa's points, you know, but we all lie at some point. You know, I have to lie with the GP in the UK and say that, you know, my headache is not just a temporary one, because otherwise my GP won't see me. So if you don't exaggerate the situation, if you don't somehow, you know, make sure that you are seen, obviously you are unseen, and therefore, you know, unidentified, and therefore, you know, you can't really be protected. And I also agree with Suzanne that, you know, somehow the reflection period, the so-called reflection period, is just 30 days. And what do you have in the 30 days? You know, you have nothing. You don't have legal residence. You actually are covered for a period of 30 days. You might have some support, but then you have to start the international protection procedure to have, you know, legal residence. So even, you know, saying that you are a victim of trafficking sometimes, you know, it doesn't really give you a lot, particularly if you are not aware that you are a victim. Because, you know, as also Teresa was suggesting, sometimes, you know, the line between the prostitution and being a victim is very blurred, because you might actually feel, well, I'm doing something wrong because I'm doing this. You don't really realize that there is a sexual exploitation, and that your passport is not with you, for instance, and you are forced, you know, to have a very limited amount of money, and you feel you are obviously illegal because, and you can't really go to the police, you know, to denounce the situation. So it's a sort of it's a sort of a situation where you are trapped within the rules and are trapped within the working of the rules, and sometimes even getting the recognition could actually take, you know, different venues. So for instance, you know, there is a famous case of it's called Yonga case versus Haleng. Is a UK case where this lady, this Nigerian lady, came to the UK when she was minor on a false visa. So the visa was just simple a touristic visa, and she was working for a Nigerian family. And in the end, you know, she was exploited. It was a forced labor. So she was just as domestic within the domestic, obviously, home. She was exploited. And in the end, you know, she realized that, you know, she was kicked out of the house. And then, you know, with the help of some NGOs, she started a legal proceeding. But the legal proceeding started at the level of the employment tribunal. So they were not really questioning the fact that she was a victim. They were questioning the fact, you know, that their contract of employment was void. So she managed to show that she was a victim of trafficking at the level of the Supreme Court. So can you imagine, you know, from the first layer of the judgment, the Supreme Court layer is where she was recognized as a victim. So even, this complexity of the issues, just even, the place where you start your identification, or even legally, through the courts, might take you ages and years, and therefore, somehow it's better not to tell anything or to hide. And another question, I had, about the Tolerant project that I found extremely interesting. I'm sure that is
please, very short question and very short answer, because we are really over time quite a lot. But yeah, very short question.
No, I was actually saying that the sign and the elements that you've noticed, so some of the problems, that the victims had. I found, that those were a sort of, I believe they are actually generalized elements. So they don't just apply maybe to victims of trafficking. They can potentially apply to regular migrants as well, or to any other migrants. So I wonder whether in your project you found something which is peculiar and can single out, and actually this is extended to the whole WIN project as well, so it can single out the victim of trafficking, and whether there is any challenge that relates to that particular person, because potentially the legal obstacles, or the language element, or the issue about the CV, that they don't know how to draft a CV, could be potentially be the same, for all migrants, not just for victims of trafficking. So I wonder, whether there was any element.
Thanasis, are you going to answer?
I can say just one thing quickly. I think the psychosocial conditions maybe are different. Because the trauma recovery and the issue of exploitation, I think this is a differentiated variable that you cannot find maybe in other. Of course, other migrants can be oppressed, can be marginalized, can be at risk of exploitation. So, of course, as you said, it could be a common experience. But I think having faced maybe sexual exploitation, it has more traumas. I mean, it's also a bodily expression of the trauma. So I think it's a bit different, that aspect.
Okay, now I really will be the bad guy, and I have to stop this very interesting discussion because we are quite over time. We will continue in the next session. Maybe you will find some aspects as answers of your questions when we will present you directly the results, achievements, and lessons learned in the WIN project. Now it is 20 to 1 Central European time, and I suggest that we have a 20-minute of a break, and we gather together back at 1 o'clock. Yes, is it fine for everybody? We will continue at 1 o'clock. Yes. So you can don't leave the meeting, don't switch off the link, just switch off your cameras and mute your microphones, and in 20 minutes we will be back.
Nadia?
Yeah?
May I just say thank you very much for the invitation. It was a real pleasure to be present and to be part of this really lively and excellent discussion. I have to leave you for the last part, unfortunately, because I have other meetings to attend. But one thing that really makes me happy is that I see that there are people motivated to do what they can to save victims of trafficking, and this gives me really good feeling for the future. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Antonetta. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello.
Yeah, we are back.
Hello.
Maybe a few minutes and we can start.
Nadia,
Yeah.
do we have until 2 o'clock?
I think we will be a little bit later. Oh, yeah, until 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Yes, because we were going to finish at 1:30, and I think
Yeah,
we like
yeah.
50 minutes later. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, yes.
Congratulations for the panelists. It's been great to hear all the speakers.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe we can start because we're already behind the agenda.
Yeah.
Nadia, how should we proceed? Do I directly introduce the last panel?
Yes,
Give me the floor
yes, you.
directly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm switching off my.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome again. Welcome to the last part of this international conference on labor integration of women victims of trafficking from third countries, tackling multiple vulnerabilities, where it is my pleasure to introduce the last panel on capitalization and outcomes of the WIN project, together with my friends and partners from the Fondo Provinciale Milanese per la Cooperazione Internazionale, Animus Association Foundation, Lule, and Energeia Impresa Sociale. Okay, we will start with Valeria Querzola from the we'll have some minutes at the end, as in the previous panel, for comments and questions, and then I go. Okay, we will start with Valeria Querzola from the FPMCI that will introduce the main goals and the structure of the capitalization paper. Dear Valeria, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. So, and also thank you, the panelists, and the beautiful, interesting discussion before the break. It was really, really, really interesting and stimulating. So, yes, I would like to introduce the capitalization document. It is the final document of the project. I cannot say that it's the most important. I mean, all the documents produced by our project are important, but it is really the conclusion, a good conclusion of our work. I think it's easy to show you the table of content of the document. By the way, the document is at the moment in English, and the translation into Italian, Spanish, and Bulgarian is underway. After our meeting, we will then disseminate our event. We will disseminate it. We will send the document to all the participants, together with the link to the video that we showed at the beginning of the conference. So I will share my screen with the table of content. Okay, so this is the programmatic document for the capitalization of the result of the WIN project. The aim, I can say the aim of the document is to share, simply to share the result of the WIN project. It is based on the information collected by the project partners, including feedback from the beneficiaries related to the project. The before showing the table of content, I would like just to tell you which is the audience of the target audience of the document. The document is mainly addressed to an heterogeneous audience, that is civil society organization working with victims of trafficking, migration and asylum organizations, human rights and women's rights organizations, training and employment service providers, trade unions and professional associations, business community, including social cooperatives, policymakers, and the general public. As you can see from the table of content, the document consists in a first part about the purpose of the document. This is the aim that I've just explained to you, and the target audience. It goes through the objective of the WIN project and the scope. It analyzed the context in Spain, Bulgaria, and Italy, and the impact of COVID-19 to the project and to the trafficked women in general. The main activities and the conclusions. The conclusion including the main results and, very important, all the lessons learned and recommendation for future interventions. I leave the floor to my colleague from our partners to explain, to go into details of the capitalization document. Thank you. Vanessa, it's your turn to present.
Thank you very much, Valeria. Continuing with the order of our program, in the second place, we will have Martina Giorgetti from Lule that will present the context and the needs of the third national trafficked women we work with in the project. Dear Martina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you to all. First of all, I must say that for Lule, it was the first experience within a European project, and it was a great occasion for us, a great opportunity to compare and to enrich ourselves. I present a snapshot of the startup of this project, talking about the women that we have taken in charge and about their needs encountered in all the countries that participated to the project, which are Italy, Spain, and Bulgaria. Let's share my few slides of presentation. Can you see them? Okay.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. The beneficiaries of this project were identified by the anti-trafficking bodies and association of all of the 3 countries involved. And as before said, they were Lule for Italy, Amiga for Spain, and Animus for Bulgaria. All the women taken in charge had to meet some requirements to participate to the project. First of all, they had to be third country nationals, victims or potential victims of traffic for sexual exploitment. They had to be in possession or waiting for regular residence permits. They had to have a minimum knowledge of the language of the country of destination in order to participate, to attend all the preparatory courses for work that we proposed. And they had to be willing to remain in the same country for the entire duration of the project, that was of 2 years. Let's focus a bit on the context of the different countries. In Spain, what about Spain? Spain continues to be mainly a country of destination for trafficked people, together with a country of transit. The irregular immigration, as we have already said during this event is very vulnerable to trafficking. In particular, the Nigerian criminal networks work on the territory, recruiting victims within the country borders, but also outside of Spain borders. For example, recruiting women and people in reception centers in Italy, and then forcing them to prostitution in Spain. The legal framework of trafficking in Spain consists of a criminal code comprehensive of also of children protection. New rights and measures for the victims have been issued, including recognizing trafficking for sexual purposes as a form of sexual violence. Spanish law neither permits nor prohibits prostitution, but many NGOs believe that the majority of women in prostitution in Spain are trafficked. The Spanish Supreme Court is moving towards issuing new sanctions against trafficking and for offering sexual services in public. And Spain has a national action plan to combat trafficking for sexual exploitation. A bit different is the situation in Bulgaria, that is first a country of origin for trafficked people, secondly a transit country, and only in few cases a country of destination. Differently from the other two countries, so it's a temporary spot mainly for trafficked people. There is also a disproportion between men and women in the migrant flows, and in fact only 1 over 6 of migrants are women. Moreover, there is not an official system of identification for victims and for refugees. On one hand, because authorities are not proactive in this direction, and on the other hand, because migrants are very scared of deportation and of the risk of postponing their travel. Our Bulgarian colleagues told us during the duration of the project that these factors create many challenges when working on the socioeconomic integration of trafficked women. All the women victims of trafficking have been identified informally by NGOs like Animus and NGOs which deal, for example, with against violence. There are no progresses in combating trafficking of human beings on the territory, although there are annual national programs. About Italy. Italy continues to be the primary destination country for trafficked people. The majority of them are female, but we can find also men, trans people, and children. Due to its position, Italy is a country of arrival of a massive number also of asylum seekers. Greta report have noticed how Italy has taken many steps forward to combat trafficking through legislation and through the setting up of many assistance and social integration projects. Important has been the role and is the role played by the Department for Equal Opportunities, but it's necessary to strengthen the institutional framework for action against traffic of human beings and to coordinate public bodies and civil society. Since 2016, the Ministry for Equal Opportunities elaborated an anti-trafficking national plan to contrast and repress crime and to protect victims. The recipients of this project were 62 women. Italy counted 15, in Spain we found 21, and in Bulgaria 26. In Italy, 100% of them were from Nigeria, while in Spain, the 33% of them came from Nigeria, and the rest from Latin America for the 60%, and from other countries in the Maghreb belt for the 10%. Regarding women involved in the project in Bulgaria, around 28% came from Iran, around 18% from Syria, and the rest from different countries, including Afghanistan, Lebanon, and Colombia. The age of the women included in the project was for Italy from 20 to 32, in Spain from 18 to 46, and in Bulgaria from 21 to 61. We can make a focus on the COVID situation that we had to face during the implement of the project, because it had a strong impact on trafficking of people. On one hand, border and street police presence was increased, and this fact seemed to dissuade a bit crime. But on the opposite hand, criminals started adapting their business model to the new normal created by the pandemic, above all through technologies. At the same time, the pandemic impacts the capacity of the state and of the organizations to provide essential services to the victims, and the situation led to an increase of vulnerability conditions of people. About the implement of this project, the confinement measures adopted by all the governments to protect the public health caused additional difficulties for each one of the participant countries. First of all, because of the intensity of isolation of some of the beneficiaries, and secondly, for the impossibility to meet up. Moreover, the COVID crisis impact the possibility of survivors to obtain an easy socioeconomic reintegration because of the lack of the work. About the instrument used in the project, we speak about this personal integration plan, PIP, which every beneficiary received to assess and register the background, their skills were made using two different techniques. On one hand, individual interviews using a questionnaire developed with common guidelines among all the associations. And on the second hand, we use creative and recreational labs organized by Animus and Lule to observe trafficked women technical and social skills, including the improvement of positive group dynamics among them. The aim of the individual interviews was to assess these following aspects: the background level of education of the victims, their personal skills, their level of language of the destination country, their professional needs and expectation, their professional interests and objectives, and their training needs. Complementary assessments were carried out, and we focused on psychological and legal needs, information assessed by individual interviews and work groups. About the situation of the three countries, we can notice that in Spain, Amiga didn't conduct formal interviews because only two women declared to have psychological needs, but they were already covered by their association of provenience. About the legal situation, quite all of the participants had a stable document situation. In Bulgaria, Animus identified quite most of the beneficiaries for psychological and legal support. And also in Italy, Lula identified psychological need for almost all the participants. And in fact, almost all of the participants decided to continue beyond the first psychological interviews. And about the legal support, this support was carried out for all the women included in the project, which received courses on civic education and orientation to territory, in which they could also discuss and ask questions about their personal legal issues. The assessment conclusion led to the elaboration of these personal integration plans for each beneficiary, and every PIP was implemented with in the presence and with the help of every woman using the PIP templates. The PIP includes individual needs assessment, individual objective, and then the plan to reach the objectives declared by the beneficiaries and discussed together. The framework for the implementation of the activities was carried out referring to the educational and employment services, while the psychological and the legal support remained complementary activities. And I think I can conclude.
Is that all? Have you finished, Martina?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have our next speakers. Our next speakers are going to be Kalina Petkova and Alexandra Nalbantova from Animus Association Foundation that will present the integration activities relevant to the context and the needs of the trafficked women. Dear Kalina and Alexandra, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a second to share our. Yes. It's okay.
Yeah, I got it. Well, first of all, it is honestly a pleasure to be here amongst all of you and a privilege. We are Kalina and Alexandra from Animus.
Yeah. Our supervising
Nadia.
Yeah, and we
and now we're going to talk a little bit more about the implementation monitoring and updating of the PIPs. Basically, after the very important part of mapping this and assessing the beneficiaries' backgrounds, skills, wants, as well as their psychological and legal and socioeconomic needs, came the implementation of the project, which would happen through the different services provided. We will go into more detail about the different services in a little bit. However, when it comes to the monitoring, it is important to say how that was done. And it was done using a multitude of techniques. Of course, we had, there was an observation of the group processes in each country, after which the beneficiaries would be contacted, whether via calls, emails, or like individual calls, individual meetings, whether online or live, depending on the situation with the pandemic and whether it allows for live contacts. After all of this, we would discuss, all of us, share on both a national level and on an international level, our findings, the findings would be discussed. First in each individual country, then by the consortium, to determine actually what needed to be updated, what needed to be improved, and how the PIPs and the project had to adapt basically to both the situation right now, both the environment, including of course COVID-19, which made quite the difference, an unexpected difference, as well as the situation and the needs of the women, of the beneficiaries themselves, because they would naturally change and evolve through time.
That's in general, the two levels of the monitoring. And now we are going to speak a little bit about the different parts of services. How the colleagues said the approach is holistic and contains different services. And first we're going to speak a little bit about them, and then we speak about that, about the exactly data and how many women take part of in the services. Yes. as you can see, we have training and courses, jobs placement services, language services, legal, psychological service, social and educational, and also mediational.
And it was very important for, like, in most cases, in most beneficiaries, according to our observations at least, really all or most of these services were necessary. We really, a holistic approach, an approach that looks at the individual on multiple levels, looks at their needs and skill set even on different levels was vital, was crucial to determine, to succeed in our mission.
Yes, let's take a look at
Okay. Yes, we can. We now would like to take a little bit of time to concentrate, just for a little bit, to concentrate on the different services provided. After which, as my colleague said, we would go into the statistic. Basically, we'll go into more detail about what happened in each country. Of course, the training and courses, that is a very important part, and they include both transversal and professional courses that were included. The transversal courses are basically courses for basic skills useful for socioeconomic integration, basic skills needed for finding a job, for looking for a job, and so forth, which unfortunately many of the beneficiaries would need very much, since they would have very little experience with the job market, very little to none experience with all of these things, like writing a CV, even like all of these aspects of basically looking for a job as well as keeping a job. Of course, there have been professional trainings as well, which would be for specific skills, for specific, like this time it's more about, it depends more on the aim and the desire of the beneficiary, of their interests. And basically, depending on what we determined in the PIPs, would be the best course of action and the best strategy to help the beneficiaries and to support them to reach their goals, basically. There were different professional courses, as you maybe know, like for example, for computer skills and so on.
Alexandra,
yes, it seems that we have
job placement service that provides employment service.
Alexandra, you have a problem with the microphone.
Here is better?
Yeah.
No, the microphone is okay.
But we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
No?
Yeah, just for a second.
Let's just.
Yes.
Now it's fine. Now it's fine. Go on.
It is okay?
Is it better?
It is better?
Yes, now it's fine. Yes.
Okay. We'll just do it now. Okay. I just said that the another service is the job placement service that provide employment service. Of course, the support was in a specific way, like write a CV, cover letter, or preparing for interviews, also scouting to different jobs opportunities and contacts, and job searching channels. The another part was entrepreneurships, or preparing the clients who are interested to make their own.
Oh, it's a pity because we have.
Yeah, Alexandra, can you
come to take part of it?
Can you come to my office, maybe to continue, or just very shortly, because there is something wrong with the connection there.
Okay, just we'll
I think you could just go to the figures at the end, because it's already too much time.
And we don't have time?
Yeah.
Yeah, what should we try one more time from here, maybe?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay, I'm gonna go like super fast through the rest of the services. The training courses and the job placement, obviously, they kind of all complement each other. Of course, we provided language services, which, as you can all imagine, were crucial. It's very hard to find a job for somebody who has very little understanding of the native language. Believe us, we've tried. It's very hard. Of course, psychological services regarding strengths, weaknesses, resources, and issues that the beneficiaries would have, as well as sometimes they would need to share traumatic experiences or painful experiences that have happened to them, as well as anxieties and frustrations connected with COVID-19 or connected with the personal lives of the beneficiaries. Of course, legal services were crucial as well. As you can imagine, they were mostly concentrated on the beneficiaries obtaining their legal status or keeping a legal status, which of course, is a vital part of their integration. Without that, we can't do anything.
Other problems with the housing and works and
Of course.
In that field. Yeah.
Basically, what we discovered is that it is very hard to encourage a woman to work on her socioeconomic integration, basically, when many of her even physiological needs have not been met, which is why here we have displayed for you the pyramid of hierarchy of Maslow, which you might or might not be familiar with. But here, as you can see, I think it illustrates what we're trying to say very well. Self-actualization, which is basically what we are aiming to support women in, is just the tip of the iceberg, and it is very hard to support somebody in thinking about their improving their language skills or improving their professional skills when they have serious issues with housing, with their legal status, with living below the poverty line in many cases, and so on and so on. And I think that this was a big part of the fact, a big part of the reason why some of the women had difficulty staying in the project, had difficulty resuming their work. And,
there was
and
this
so
constant, the contact.
Because we are very limited of time, I suggest that you go and just show the table with the numbers. So
of course. Okay, as you can see here are the numbers and about the beneficiaries, and we just we can say just in general, in total, in the 3 countries, there was 4 transversal trainings and 10 professionals trainings. In
Shame,
the
because
jobs
we
placement
have
service,
serious technical problems with the speech. I don't know.
Maybe I can take from you.
Yeah, I think so. Dear Alexandra, please, and Talina, and Alexandra, please. I'm really sorry, but we really need to finish this presentation and we are having technical problems. Would you mind if Nadia maybe can, Nadia, are you able to?
I will just finish that. We are very proud that in the whole project we work with 62 women. You know, you can see in the countries how many of them were engaged in the personal identification plans. We're very happy that at the end 24 women were employed in all of the countries. That also a lot of women had language courses organized by the project or referred and to language courses and paid by the project. 27 women received legal counseling in Bulgaria. 1 woman was also presented into court. Majority of women, more than half, had psychological support and psychological counseling. All of the women actually received in one or another way social or educational support. I would like to emphasize that labor integration, social integration was not possible if not basic safety and security was achieved through our social and educational support, and most of the women were helped with mediation in their integration process. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadia, and thank you very much. And I'm really sorry, Alexandra and Kalina. Okay, we are going to introduce Hortensia. I'm going to give the floor 1 second, 1 minute to Valeria. Yes. And then we will continue with the presentation of the presentations of this last panel. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I will let just a few seconds to welcome Hortensia Velez, who is our AMIF project officer, who follow us and support us during the whole project implementation. So thank you for participating, even if you are just arrived. So the first part was about there were panel discussion, very interesting panel discussions, but now we are discussing and going into the details of our capitalization documents. So Hortensia, I think you will find it very interesting. I just take advantage of this to say that I have to run away in like I'm already with a delay. So Nadia will close the conference instead of me. So thank you. I thank you now for your participation.
You are excused. You are very much excused in your situation.
Yeah, I have a special situation.
Yeah.
And okay. I have to go. Yeah.
All the best.
Thank you very much, Valeria, and welcome, Hortensia. We are very pleased to have you here with all of us. And now is the turn for Julia Hispano from Energeia, that is going to talk about the satisfaction survey and awareness raising activities that have taken place within the WIN project. The floor is yours, dear Julia.
Thank you, Vanessa. Yes, I will now present the result of 2 additional activities carried out within the WIN project. The first activity is the submission of a satisfaction questionnaire to the trafficked women engaged in the personal integration plans in the 3 countries involved. The same questionnaire has been submitted during individual interview 2 times, at halfway and at the end of the project. These activities was included in the project design in order to gather feedback from the beneficiaries about the services provided and to involve them in the evaluation of the project. It also reveals to be an opportunity for the women to reflect on the path taken over the 2 years, on the goals achieved and the issues to work on. Just a second, I will share my screen, my presentation. Okay, we will now go quickly to the question of the surveys. I will only present the most representative data, but you will find all the data in the capitalization document, which will be distributed to participants. In general, we had very positive feedback in all the countries from the women who answered to the surveys. And as you can see in the slides, we have more positive feedback in the second round compared with the first one. If you look, for example, at the question, during the interviews, did you understand what was being proposed to you? Or the question, did you find the interviews useful? You can see that in the first round, about half of the women in Bulgaria and few women in Italy answered partially. And in the end, the 100% of the women in all the 3 countries answered yes. One of the reasons is that some services were not completely provided at halfway of the project, but the most interesting reason is that the women, especially in Bulgaria, do not have the habit to participate in such projects and to be interviewed, which means that sometimes they have difficulties in understanding what they are being asked and why, and to think of themselves as agents of their own lives. Most women indeed were very surprised that we were asking them about their plans and how they see their future, or if they felt comfortable with us. Therefore, we believe that the differences in the answers of the second round compared with the first one is also a positive effect of the work with them during the project and of the increasing of the skills and self-confidence, which can be considered another important result achieved by the project. You can see the same trend in Bulgaria in the question that help you to focus your personal goals. In Italy, we did not repeat the question in the second round. The question of the Greek goals, how many do you think you reached? Most of the women at the end of the project reply some of them, and no one replied none, which means that the project contributes to reach personal objectives for all the women, but there are still some goals to work on. This is understandable because the question can be interpreted also as related to long-term objectives, such as stable jobs, financial independence, autonomous housing. You don't have the graphic in the slide, but another fundamental response for us, especially given what the women suffered in their life, is that all women in all the countries felt comfortable with us during the activities. About the level of satisfaction of the different services offered within the project, all the women, with the exception of some few women in Bulgaria, had a good level of satisfaction about the educational and social support, the employment services, the training courses, and the legal support. Concerning the psychological support, instead, it's in Italy that the most of the women answered good, but we have one woman who considered the service sufficient and two women who consider it insufficient. Finally, all the women in all the countries will recommend the project to a friend. We did there really positive comments in all the countries that make us very satisfied about the achievement and also touched about women gratitude. Here you can read some of the comments. In general, the women were very thankful for the support provided, and some women in all the countries would have liked the project to continue. Another question was if there was anything in particular that interested them. The answer were mainly in the training courses in general and some specific courses, the internships and the support in finding and maintaining a job, which of course are for them a priority, but also the psychological, legal and educational support. Finally, some of the women gave us also important advices about missing activities or something they would do differently to be considered in the design of a future project. These include a longer project, more courses, financial support for essential expenses and social security contributions, having separate groups with a more homogeneous level and including beneficiaries that are not third country nationals. We move now to another project activity, which is the running of the awareness raising action targeting the business community, training and employment services provider, trade unions, and professional association. The consortium developed a common material to be presented during national events organized in the three countries. The material has been translated in the national language and adapted to the local context and is public, so it's available for everybody. 28 people participated in the event in Spain, 48 in Italy, and 13 in Bulgaria. Different actors attended the events, including representatives from the business community, social cooperatives, employment agencies, training provider, civil society and social organization, public institution, and different professional freelance. Unfortunately, the participation has been less than expected, particularly in Bulgaria, and in general from the business community, due probably to the pandemic situation. The main topic presented and discussed in a fruitful debate with participants were the features of trafficking and characteristics of victims at the EU and national level, the European and national legal framework, the national protection programs for victims, the challenges about job inclusion, and the best practices and different ways of overcoming obstacles. Finally, the concrete action that employers and training and employment services provider can undertake to contribute to labor integration of trafficked women. Some employers engaged in offering internship and job opportunities were invited to testify their experience, and also based on the feedbacks received from participants in the satisfaction surveys submitted to them, we believe that it was very useful to hear their voice to increase the social responsibility of more enterprises as key actor of the labor integration of third country national women. Nigerian women not part of the project, but which was hired by one of these companies, was also invited to give a speech. Why not part of the project? And here I answer also to some previous comment from the public who recommended the involvement of women victims and also during this event. The involvement of victims is very important, but it's also delicate because it's not easy for them, also given the traumas they suffer, to appear in public and to be presented or present themselves as victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation, which is a very sensitive data. Coming back to the awareness raising action, a lot of participants declared that they were little acquainted with trafficking before the meeting and they increased their knowledge. In addition to the organization of these events, in all the 3 countries, we have run several types of actions aimed at promoting the project and increase awareness among stakeholders, not only the ones mentioned before, more related to the work environment, but also civil society organizations working with trafficked people, migrants, asylum seekers and refugees, as well as public authorities and policymakers. These actions include social media campaigns, interview placed in media, including radios and televisions, podcasts, participation in targeted events on trafficking or other related topics, distribution of project flyers, organization of final national events to present the project result, the lesson learned, good practice and recommendation. And finally, the creation and dissemination of the awareness-raising video show at the beginning of this conference, which is at your disposal with subtitles available in English, Spanish, Italian, and Bulgarian, and can be used by all the entities working on the fight against trafficking and the support to victims. Thank you for your attention. I leave the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Julia. Okay, and now is my turn, and it is my pleasure to talk about the lessons learned during the WIN project and the shared final conclusions about it. I was thinking to start about talking about the differences among the countries, but as Martina has talked about this before, I'm not going to go into this information because we don't have that much time. So I'm going to share my presentation, and I cannot see my okay. 1 second. It works before, but right now it's not working. It's something very usual when you do online presentations. Now, here I have. Okay, I'm going to centrate. Okay, is visible for all of you? Yeah. Okay. This is the first one. Okay. To talk, I'm going to start with the main results. But before, I must say that the general objectives of the WIN projects and some of the results were the following ones. And as one of the first general objectives was increasing the mutual learning among different European countries and stakeholders and developing transnational common guidelines for trafficked women reintegration. We believe, the partners, we believe that the results of these 2 objectives were achieved by mutual learning workshops where partners had the opportunity to learn about the similarities and differences between countries and stakeholders. And we created common methodologies and models to be used by all the partners and design common guidelines for traffic and for the reintegration of trafficked women for sexual exploitation. Regarding the second general or the third general objective, in improving understanding and knowledge of the trafficking in human beings among the business, training and job services providers, trade unions, and professional associations, even if we feel that the objective has been achieved, to engage businesses, training and job services providers, trade unions, and professional associations in the project was a really difficult task at the very beginning of the project due to the COVID-19 health emergency. And regarding one of the most important general objectives, the implementation of personal integration plans for the socioeconomic reintegration of trafficked women for sexual exploitation, I'm going only to, okay, the results are much more extent of what is going to be mentioned here, because there has been activities as language for computer courses or laboratories organized maybe for the assessment of the skills that haven't been carried out by all the partners. So I'm not going to go into this information. And it is important to stress that all partners certify that a good comprehension of the project activities has been ensured for all the beneficiaries, and to remember the different number of beneficiaries for everyone. And probably there is a mistake here, because Bulgaria, you were 26 at the end, and I have included the total amount of the women you seized.
Yes, six dropped out because of the COVID. Online.
Okay, taking into account the information regarding the developing professional skills, all the partners have identified an improvement or acquisition of professional skills related to desired jobs by the beneficiaries within the WIN project. And this is very important for us. And when we talk regarding or in relation to the acquisition and development of knowledge of the national labor market and legislation, it is important also to stress that most of the beneficiaries acquire and develop a good knowledge of the national labor market and labor legislation. And we find this objective extremely important, and not only limited to a general knowledge, but also to certain issues with a personal impact for the beneficiaries as workers, and for example, as worker rights and union rights, holidays, and regulations of the leaves, for example. The partners identify also that most of the women in the case of Spain and Italy, and many in the case of Bulgaria, developed social networks during the implementation of the WIN project. And it was really interesting to see how important it was for them to build networks for mutual aid. However, it is also important to take into consideration that some of the victims and some of the beneficiaries didn't want to join social networks and only kept fluid contact with the references in the organizations. In relation to the materialization of first internships and formal employment contracts for the beneficiaries in the WIN project, I must say that the objective has been successfully achieved, especially in Italy, where internships have a special relevance, and also in Bulgaria and in Spain. Despite the hardness and extension of the measures adopted by the governments against the widespread of the traffic of the COVID-19 pandemic. Taking into account the legal and psychological assistance during the project, I must say that the assistance offered to the beneficiaries during the project for some of trafficked women in the case of Spain and Bulgaria, and for most of them in the case of Italy, was really, really important. Legal counseling include a broad set of, we offer also legal counseling that include a broad set of issues, not only centered in labor rights, but also administrative issues and the follow-up and presentation of formal complaints against the trafficking rings during the project. Beneficiaries received also psychological counseling as victims of trauma and violence, or for improving their self-confidence and autonomy, identification of their skills and resources, recognizing their difficulties and challenges in achieving an effective and sustainable integration. Regarding the lessons learned and recommendations, beyond the differences among the partners due to the specific particularities of trafficking and the prevalence of certain profiles within their borders, and the all singular experience within the project, there are some common lessons and recommendations. I'm just going to mention some of them because there are much more of what I can explain right now, because a question of we have a limited time and I'm not able to explain all the common lessons that maybe are very interesting for you and you will see in the capitalization document. Psychological and social support, one of them is that psychological and social support should not be underestimated, as it is a key part of the integration process. The majority of women we were able to support within the WIN project need intensive social, psychological, and legal support in order to reach sufficient social and emotional stability so they can commit to training, qualification, and job searching. We find that a holistic approach and collaboration between different experts, psychologists, social workers, trainers, employment experts, prove to be efficient when working with women with multiple vulnerabilities. I think this is something common with the Tolerant project. If we hear before about talking about this thing, the same lesson learned in the Tolerant project. Even if in certain cases, for example, the beneficiaries may have covered those needs through the services provided by the referral organizations, such as it happens in the case of Spain, or administrations, it is very important to take them into consideration in the designing of socioeconomic reintegration projects, as well in budget distribution and staff efforts. As a second lesson, we find that some third country national victims of trafficking may have a complete educational background or certain educational background in their origin countries, but most of them arrive at their destination country without any certificate. And some countries of origin don't facilitate the obtaining of these documents or have significant difficulties in achieving this. Even if many victims have very poor educational background, this is an issue that we must also take into consideration in socioeconomic reintegration programs in order not to create false expectations or plan the necessary efforts to help the beneficiaries to obtain the documents when designing the project. As a third lesson, I would like to talk about victims. An issue that we have discovered during the WIN project is that when victims of trafficking are not isolated, their ability to build or to join a network for mutual help is a factor to take into account. As a fourth lesson, I would like to mention that multi-stakeholders partnership between organizations of the same country, as it was experienced in Italy, seems to be a good practice, as it allows the cooperation among different professionals' profiles on every single case to draft, implement, and monitor the integration path, taking into account different aspects and points of view by also offering the women different types of inputs. And this is a really good lesson to be learned that in some cases I've also encouraged some other organizations, as Amiga, for example, to follow the initiative through the signings of agreements with less common stakeholders. And also, as a fifth lesson learned, the integration into the labor market of women trafficked for sexual purposes requires major effects to be envisaged in the project design to support the women in an active job search. Because to look for and contact companies and to organize and monitor internships, which has proven to be effective to provide access to the labor market, as well to find possible job offers, is an activity that consumes a great part of the time of the project. long-lasting labor integration of women trafficked requires temporary longer projects. For us, it was also very important to indicate that only women victims of trafficking from third countries were eligible according to the MIFCOL requirements. But opening this possibility to European and national victims and to vulnerable women, especially at this moment where the socioeconomic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic are emerging, may be very useful. And just at last but not at least, we have faced all the problems for the COVID-19 health emergency and facilities for the adaptation and readaptation of the projects that our organization we have readapt the projects during the developing of the pandemic. It's been very important, and we find that this possibility is important when we are dealing with trafficked women in general, in order to achieve the main goals. And thank you so much for your attention. And these are the contacts of all the partners. And right now I will open the floor for questions and comments. Thank you very much. Is there any question or any comment?
Maybe people are already quite exhausted.
I think so.
So much information. Yeah.
I think so.
Our capitalization paper will be available, so we are going to send it to everyone, and you can read about our work and our conclusions. I'm very happy that from the practice we reached the same ideas that the academics and the policymakers represented in their speeches in the morning.
Valeria, Nadia, if we don't have any comment or any question, maybe you can conclude the conference, the event.
Yes, maybe. Thank you for everybody that for everyone that you were together with us to be part of the last step of our project. So we were able to share our work with all of you and discuss with you the some important issues that we found out in our work with women victims of trafficking coming from third countries or very vulnerable women. I hope we will continue in one or another way in the same consortium, either in mutual project or in referring victims to between other organizations and discussing topics that we find important and painful, and trying to find together answers. Our conference is ending. As a last request, I would like to ask you to fill in feedback questionnaire, which will be posted in the chat from NIP. Can you please post the link, or I have to do it? Maybe it will be posted to everyone. You can do it right now, just clicking to the link. Oh, yes, it is already in the chat. You can do it right now and fill it right now while your emotions after the conference are still in your mind, or you can do it also tomorrow. We are going to send it to everyone who took part in the conference. It is just 2 minutes. it takes just 2 minutes to fill in this questionnaire. Okay, anyone that want to say something at the end or stay silent? Okay, if not, thank you very much for being part of this event. It was pleasure and honor for us to share our work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia, for coordinating everything. And thank you to all the speakers and all the participants.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
And for all the participants too.